Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Operation Ace Open. My name is Hunted here with Silent Echo, and I am so very excited to be with you all this evening. It's been quite a tournament in the making. We're finally here. We've got 8 teams. And Silent Echo, I'm hoping you're just as ready to go for this one as I am.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, I was looking at the player streams. We had a lot of them streaming their group stages through. I caught a little bit of Splinter Squadrons, caught a little bit of Grey Squadron. And I mean, it just seemed like everyone was having such a good time, but it was very serious, you know? Like, I think to some extent, these players are starting to recognize what it means to take the fun out of the moment and make it about the end of the match, you know? And
Right.
that's just something that a lot of these players probably have never experienced before.
Well, let's take a quick look at the format here, and we'll see why exactly they're taking things so seriously. As you can see on your screen, it's a single elimination bracket, your standard fleet battle, and of course, we've got the top 8 teams that we're going to be showing you here live on the broadcast. We had some group stage matchups earlier on today that, again, as Silent Echo alluded to there, were streamed by some of the teams. But yeah, so interesting part about this tournament, kind of taking some cues from the last Operation Ace here, Silent Echo, is the bounties, some cool prizes for individual player accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely. In a game like this, there's a lot of different roles, there's a lot of different things that need to be done. At different stages in the game, you need to be focusing on doing different things. You need to cap damage, you need to farm your AI, you need to farm as much as you can in terms of the resources so that you're ready for when that morale flip happens. And the bounties are a really good way for us to recognize that while a great player might not be able to carry an entire team to victory, they still deserve a lot of recognition, even if things maybe don't go their way in the end.
Well, with those bounties also comes the overall prize pool. It's looking pretty good. First place, $500 on the line there for the top squad today. Second place will walk away with a cool $300 as well. Not too bad for an evening of Squadrons here. And an interesting little tidbit to add to everything is that Medal of Valor. It's going to be kind of decided. We'll talk a little bit more about it as the broadcast goes on, but it's going to be kind of us as casters coming together, who we thought was kind of like the MVP on the day. We're going to get chat influence as well. If you like a specific player, make sure you let us know in chat as well. And, again, it's just another way that these players can get recognized for their skill in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that with the Medal of Valor, I mean, it really gives every player that little bit of extra they need maybe to push to that 105%, that 110% that's going to be able to clinch the victory in what I'm expecting to be some very close games based on what I saw earlier.
Well, let's take a quick look at the bracket before we get things rocking and rolling. Here's the top 8 teams. Grey Squadron and Firaxa, they will meet each other in that top side. Should be a pretty good matchup. You and I will be covering Shrapnel Squadron and Splinter. Unfortunately, we can't get to all of the quarterfinal games, so we're going to be covering that one. Of course, we'll cover the semis and grands when we get there. But Aces 5 doing battle between the Devastator Squadron and Akbar's Angels there, Silent Echo.
Yeah, the Aces, they seem to have like 15 teams at this point. You know, the game's hardly been out. They've got more teams than there are other teams. But it's nice to see that there's such a strong community starting to form around this esport. You know, this is a game that I've been waiting for 20 years.
Yeah,
you know, that's the kind of scope that we're looking at. You know, people remember playing X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. We're talking about games in the 90s. And now we have Squadrons, which is just a whole new land of opportunity.
And, we're so happy to bring this to you again with everything that has happened through the esports scene since the launch of the game. This is one of the most anticipated tournaments, at least for me. And I'm very much looking forward to getting things started. But with that, we've got Shrapnel Squadron and Splinter Squadron up first here. Out of Group A, Shrapnel Squadron comes out second place. Splinter third from, Group B is Shrapnel at number 2. Group A was Splinter at number 3.
Yeah, and I think that the pools, they seemed like there was maybe a little bit more strength in one of the pools, which is often the case with how these things always pan out. But seeing who's made it to the bracket, we had some tiebreaker situations. There was all kinds of excitement in the group stages, and now we're here, Shrapnel versus Splinter. in a best of 3. I'm just really excited to see what they go for in terms of maps. I want to see what kind of lineups they're thinking. You know, teams are very intent on hard countering the other teams that they see. They've been out there, they've been doing their homework, they've been checking out other people's streams, and they've been trying to figure out, you know, what is it that people like to run. And of course, there's been a lot of scrims going on as well since custom matches were introduced to the game, and that's been, I think, an opportunity to maybe like mislead a little bit, but also try things out in a much more competitive environment where you can guarantee that your opponent is trying the hardest.
I mean, and with maps too, while the teams are taking care of map bans right now, we'll get that information to you when we've got it. You know, the uniqueness of the individual maps in Squadrons plays a large role, I think, in a lot of meta discussions and how teams like to approach different things. Is there anything that you specifically, as a caster or a player, you know, any map that you want to see today that you hope at least that we get to see at least once or twice?
Yeah, I think Yavin's always a great shout. You know, like we anchor the Star Wars timeline by the Battle of Yavin. You know, everything is after the Battle of Yavin or before the Battle of Yavin, and that's how the Star Wars timeline works. You know, and Yavin is just that wide open space. You know, it feels very pure to me. You know, it's almost more like a sports field. You know, there isn't a whole load of obstacles or anything. There's just some sidelines and some goalkeepers. You know, the cap ships, and off you go and do the best that you can. So I think that we'll see some of the purest dogfighting maybe on that map. But the other maps lead to so much opportunity for being able to duck under rocks, around terrain. You know, knowing these maps is really, really important. Knowing your routes into the capital ships to be able to get that little bit of extra time where you're off sensors. Making sure that you've got that that sort of RV point where you're going to meet up with your support and grab your squadron mask before you go in to get that last bit of HP down on the capital ship. And there's just so much opportunity, and I mean, I'm just really excited to be here talking about it.
You know, and just from my previous experience in the scene, I remember you know, one of the other bigger tournaments that happened before we kind of had custom matches and everything really got set up with the Legion stuff. I mean, map 3, I believe, in the grand finals came down to Yavin. I think they actually played Yavin twice, which, you know, was random back then because you just kind of queued and hoped you got each other.
Yeah, right.
But
everyone count down from 5.
Yeah,
let's see what happens.
Well, you know, I believe they played Yavin twice, and I totally agree with you. I know that the players might not necessarily be as thrilled about it as you and I may be to watch it. But it is, you know, there is no place to hide. It's you and your opponents, and, you know, it's either win or lose there. But I mean, again, with these maps, and we don't know exactly what we're going to see today, there's a whole lot of differences that, you know, we'll get into the little intricacies of the maps when we get there. But the other big kind of talking point here today, outside of course, the teams, and really this is the first place that they can prove who's kind of the best right now, at least of the teams that are signed up here. The other talking point is this is the first big tournament with the Defender in the lineup, and the Defender has been a ship that a lot of teams have started incorporating.
Yeah, it has some massive benefits over the other ships in the game. One specific one is with a mechanic called dead drifting, which I'm not sure if everyone will be aware of at this point. I mean, most people aren't, let's be honest. I certainly haven't managed to do it myself yet, but the thing about dead drifting is that it allows you to drift for much longer with still control over where you're shooting, which is obviously a huge deal because you can be traveling away from your opponent while shooting at them. But the Defender allows you to recharge that boost while you're drifting in a way that the other ships just don't allow you to do. So you can really start chaining that, and it makes them very squirrely and really can make it difficult to take one out.
Yeah, and we're going to see a whole lot of that when we're talking about drifting. If you're new to Squadrons, or maybe you haven't played a ton of this game, get ready for some fancy flying from pretty much everybody we're going to be watching today in how they utilize the drifting. And, you know, this is a little bit different from dogfighting, which we've seen here and there throughout the scene. Obviously, with fleet battles, it's more objective-based, right? You know, it's less about farming kills, more about farming objectives. But still, a lot of that comes into play, and we have some of the best pilots on display today throughout these teams. You know, Skull and Gray Squadron going 6-0 through groups. I would not be surprised if we see them matching up in the grand final.
Yeah, I think Splinter Squadron though here. I mean, I saw some of their matches. I saw their match against Grey Squadron as well, and I mean that was such a close game. Like it was unbelievably close, and I think that that's one of the things that I've heard a lot from quite a lot of the teams is that when they've been scrimming, there's been a lot of close matches, and I'm not sure whether that's completely that everybody's on the same level at the moment, but just how everybody's still learning the different contexts to make these decisions in. You know, you make a decision at one point in the match and that's a good idea, but maybe in the next match, doing it 5 minutes later is not. So we're still figuring out what meta means for Squadrons, but I think today what it means is we're going to see a lot of defenders and then we're going to see a lot of iron cannons trying to take out those defenders.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things about that defender too, and specifically in those kind of dogfighting situations, is that those ion blasters, I believe they have the rockets, right? The ion rockets, I believe, is kind of the main defensive focal point for the defender, if you will, and it can be quite devastating when the defender has some of the best turn radius in the game, is able to lock on to you quite quickly with those ion, and we'll see how teams deal with it. I'm sure we're going to see A-wings and interceptors galore. These pilots certainly love to fly them, but the bomber meta was kind of the thing before, the latest update. I'm wondering where the bombers kind of fill in here today.
Well, I've seen a lot of Y-wings out today. A lot of Y-wings doing a lot of work. I think that the extra hull that they have to be able to stack up a little bit better against some of these Empire ships that are living a little bit longer now is making a big difference. And of course the fact that they are, if they can get a line on a defender, they can take the shields off that thing very quickly, and if a defender loses its shields, it's gone. It's paste. There's nothing underneath the shields. You know, it's like when you buy a house and you peel off the wallpaper and there's just no wall underneath. You're like, wait a minute, actually try and hang up a photo and it goes out the other side of the wall. It's the defender is literally paper mache, but it's so quick to recharge those shields. And you got to be dancing your fingers all over that power management, even more than you do in other ships, if you want to stay alive and be successful in it. So I think that people are liking the Defender because they stay alive for a long time in it. But I don't know how effective it actually is. Like, staying alive is great, obviously. You need to be doing things while you're alive.
Well, I think, honestly, and we've talked about this on previous broadcasts, but I truly believe that that the support players today are going to be kind of I would imagine they're going to be unsung heroes, but at the same time, we are probably going to see.
Oh, we're going to sing their praises. Are you kidding?
Absolutely.
Like when I see those squadron masks go out, I'm calling it.
Well,
you can't ignore that kind of thing. You know, you're talking about like 20,000 capital ship damage if you get a good squadron mask off. It's not a small amount. It's huge.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's the key to those support players. We've got, again, quite a number of very skilled support players here today, getting ready to go, and. We apologize for the delay on this matchup. We've got, I think, some player issues happening right now. We're getting those sorted out. We'll get this game underway in just a moment. But again, with how things have gone throughout today, both teams are sitting pretty good coming out of the group stage, right? I mean, obviously you needed to make top 4 in your group, and it's not an easy path. But both Shrapnel Squadron and Splinter Squadron, honestly, I could see them making a pretty deep run here, but, unfortunately, they're playing against each other right now.
Yeah, that's something that I've heard as well, is that, it's a bit of a shame that this match is happening so soon in the bracket, but ultimately that's how it pans out sometimes, and that could be because of other teams losing or winning, where maybe they would have been expected to go in a different direction, and obviously now we're here looking at these guys, and I mean, these map picks, like, we're getting that Yavin that I wanted, and I love it. That's what I want to see. A little bit of Foster Haven in the back end. But starting it off with Sisubo, what do you think of Sisubo?
I'm not surprised to see this map picked. It's kind of to me, it feels like a relatively balanced matchup, especially because a lot of these teams, actually, to be 100% honest, a lot of teams wanted New Republic before the update, and now that people are starting to fly Defender a bit more, I think it's actually kind of switched a little bit to the Empire side. So we might see teams that are choosing side over map, and then we get kind of those New Republic heavy maps with teams that are then playing New Republic. But to me, Sisubo, at least in the fleet battles, kind of feels a bit balanced. There is a decent amount of cover, but there's not a ton where you can group your players up, and like you were talking about, a good support player can mask the entire squadron and push through. I think Sisubo kind of limits that a little bit, and Yavin, of course, will certainly do that with when we get into that. But what I'm interested in is the fact that Fostar Haven is going to be the tiebreaker. That'll be a lot of fun if we can get all the way there.
Yeah, absolutely. Sisubo approaches me as a map where it's the feel it out map, you know, like we're going to see how these guys are doing right now, and then, you know, like it's a good map for reacting, I think, to changes in tactics. You know, the commute times aren't intense. I think that it's going to be a lot of fun to watch things play out and see. I mean, it's the Raider flips that I'm looking for, you know, like which teams are leaving the Raider a little bit longer so that they can get that, you know, safer, more guaranteed morale flip later on, rather than just killing it as soon as you can, which seems like it would be the best thing to do, but I'm assured is not.
Well, here's the players on your screen there. Brunus doing a little bit of flexing to start the game, and I'd love to see that, of course. You know, with the timer counting down, teams getting ready, you know, sorting out their loadouts and things like that for their assorted ships. You know, when you come into a game like this, you know, obviously the first kind of minute or so is going to be that sort of dogfighty situation, right? I wonder if we see any kind of quick fire tactics just to win that first battle, or if it's more of just going to be kind of sustained offense from both of these teams.
I would definitely expect to see, you know, maybe just like an early try to get an AI wipe as soon as possible, and then like let that little bit of momentum just carry you forwards. But I really don't know, you know, like maybe they're just going to go conservative, you know, stay solid, regroup, make sure that they're not overextending, and try to take their time and build the moment when they feel like they can push. What I've been hearing on the player streams today is that the first attack is so important. If you don't get enough on that first attack, that's it. You're just going to be in a defensive situation. And the other thing that I found out is that most of these teams do not have enough experience in these defensive situations, because in ladder, those defensive situations are not challenging for these players.
Well, certainly. We'll see how they handle it as we are underway with map number 1 in and this should be a pretty good battle here. To start things off, we are on board with Shrapnel Squadron. There's a nice little graphic. Shrapnel Squadron in the Empire ship this time around. Splinter Squadron on the left side of the screen in the New Republic ship. Does look like fire going to get traded here. Any ship selection that you might be surprised with here to start things off?
I think this is pretty solid. You know, we've got the bomber there, making sure we've got those multi-fire missiles, we've got the AI wave, you know, I'm seeing the U-wing at the back on North, and nothing surprising. Maybe a little surprised to see that we don't have a U-wing sort of trying to deal with any defenders. We don't actually have any right now. Just one Senpai has one out at the moment. And so far, I mean, it seems like long start for the Rebellion.
I'm certainly not surprised to see Scalpwalker and Jareen both in those A-wings.
Oh yeah,
doing a great job.
Yeah, that's early.
Well, they're able to push themselves over the edge, and will line up this attack. And it looks like Brunus, he is going to be pushing in a little bit here. He might be caught off guard. I think his team is regrouping before any kind of push, but he's going to get away. He's going to utilize those overcharged shields and maybe just a little bit of scouting. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is going to be here for Splinter, but as you said, this first attack is going to be important. Anybody who hasn't watched Squadrons, make sure you keep an eye on those little assault cruiser bubbles. That'll show you the health of the cruisers, the shields there, as well, as those are going to be important targets to pick off first, because obviously it opens up the primary objective, which is that big ship in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Your Corvette and your sort of power ship, like, you know, they're like towers in a MOBA. You have a lot of similarity between Squadrons, the way the fleet battles play out, and MOBA. And then we have this kind of dogfighting moment. Oh, we see this A-wing now just trying to get out of here as fast as it can. But very low health, very low shield. But that's kind of where the Interceptors want to be a lot of the time. You know, they're relying on mobility.
That was actually the first frag we've seen. Brunus going down there. Not the first death for the New Republic, but the first kill goes over to Ando Senpai there for the Shrapnel Squadron. So trying to play some defense here. They're going to stick with this comp that they kind of started things out with. But some decent damage being done. We're on board with one of those TIE fighters. Interesting to see a TIE fighter. I didn't think we'd see too
Fenkar
many
started
of
off
them
in a
today.
Y-wing. I think Fenkar started off in a Y-wing and has since switched to an X-wing, but I found that my short-term memory is already gone because there's so much information going on in this game.
Oh, yeah.
You know, look at these shots that we get as well. It's so cinematic. Beautiful. I know somebody who was absolutely obsessed with Y-wing, U-wing, sorry, because of the X-wing tabletop game, and I'm just really glad that now I can do it.
There's the look at the X-wing getting taken down. Or, I'm sorry, not the X-wing, the TIE fighter. They're getting shut down.
TIE fighter, yeah, completely different. Yeah, the difference between them, you know, is the TIE fighter, its wings are sideways. That's what I wanted to remember it. But man, do you think they'll ever add an atmospheric map to this? We'll start seeing those solar panels be a real problem.
You know, I think there is a whole lot of potential for additional, you know, just additional gameplay elements, things like that. I would not be surprised.
I mean, I'd be happy to just see more Star Wars spaces.
That's true. That is very true. But right now, we are still locked into this battle between Splinter and Shrapnel. Splinter still on the attack. They've done a decent amount of damage to, I believe that's all of the shields gone on that sea cruiser. Or I'm sorry, the sea frigate, I should say. Although they kind of change letters. That's a little confusing when we change sides. But the one of them has taken full shield and some hull damage. And this is a pretty good attack.
Yeah, that hull's going down.
The fact that they've kept themselves on the attack this long as well. Here's another opportunity to take down the support player. Does have to pull back. Does Jareen going to try to regroup, I believe, with his teammates as, you know, it looks like a push coming out from the Shrapnel Squadron trying to take players down. They're actually pushing very far forward. I'm a little bit surprised at how far forward Shrapnel's willing to dive for this, but if they can find a couple of kills, they'll turn this battle around.
Yeah, that's the real thing, is that the player kills are a huge deal, but that's it! It flipped for Republic. They're pushing onto the attack now. They're going to start moving forward. And, I mean, that Nebulon B looks like it's in real trouble right now, but maybe that was worth the cost.
Oh, it's flipped around, and now the Shrapnel Squadron going to push and try to stay on the attack. Oh, a lot of respawns going to be coming out now, and see, that's the thing, is that if you can get that flip and then respawn immediately afterwards, right? I mean, it's not certainly an easy thing to do, but it can give you kind of that opportunity to regroup and reload, as some shots going to be raining down here. Splinter Squadron wanting to start pushing forward as well, and this is quite interesting how back and forth this has been. But the utilization so far of these lighter ships, I don't think I'm surprised, but we really, again, haven't seen the Defender. We've got one out on the field, but it doesn't feel like the Defender's really done a whole lot of work so far.
Well, that's what I've been saying, you know, like, it's all great to fly, but I question what I've achieved other than not dying. Now, that can be a lot in itself, you know. If you're able to tie up an interceptor so that it's just chasing you for ages, that means that interceptor isn't doing other things, and that's then worthwhile. But if you're just kind of staying alive long enough until their attention wanes and then ducking back and refilling and you come back out, you know, what I found in fleet battles is that it doesn't really matter, you know. If you get 18 kills and 10 deaths, that's fine, but if you've got 3 specific damage, that's why you lost, you know? So it's being able to adapt to situations, taking advantage of the fact that you can bounce, you can jump back into your cruiser at the back and change ship and come back out fully healthed. You can even just stay in the same ship. It's a quick way to sort of, you know, change your loadout, whatever you need to do. And we see a lot of the time players jumping out of offense. You know, if a couple of people go down, they'd rather have 2 people get back and bounce than take the morale hit of those 2 people dying on the attack.
Well, you know, it's funny that you mentioned that, because looking at the tactical map, all of Splinter Squadron went back at the same time. They've gotten things reloaded, and here comes the assault on this final cruiser. Looking to push, get that down. There it goes, and now the Star Destroyer is exposed, and this has been a Splinter Squadron game through and through. You look at the scoreboard, only 2 kills in total over to the Shrapnel Squadron. Brandon and Ando Senpai with 1 apiece. And now with the Star Destroyer getting exposed as it is, you know, it's going to be important that you burn these attacking ships down. As we watch Benkar looking for that shield generator, does a decent amount of damage, doesn't pick it quite up. But if he can take out the shield generator in this life, this is going to be huge. He's got through the shield, but, you know, taking a lot of fire right now.
Yeah, well, being able to duck under the ship is one of the reasons the smaller ships can be really good for taking out that early shield generator damage. You know, you don't have to fire through the ship. You see, just ducking underneath the dome of deflectors to hit that hull damage in is enough. And if you get those shield generators down, that's the most important thing. Because that's going to bring everything else and make it much easier. You do not want to go for the other one.
And that's both shields down. They get both of them, but the attack will flip over now. A Shrapnel Squadron going to have an opportunity to respond, but you look at the frigate damage here, Silent Echo, and I've got to imagine this next attack has to see the deletion of both C and D on our screens right now.
Yeah, they've got one chance. I mean, if I was Shrapnel, I'd be wondering what on earth they could do right now. They're going to have to make the most out of this raider, try and keep it alive as long as possible so that it can push forward for them, clean up some of those AI ships, allow them to sort of use it as a rallying point. But I think it's going to go down real quick as we take a look at the wide angle here. The Nebulon B seems plenty safe, even with the raider coming right towards it. Doesn't seem like there's a huge amount going on. But man, can those raiders move? Look at it go.
And for anybody who is new to Squadrons or doesn't quite have a grasp on fleet battles, those raiders and on the other side, the frigates are spawned when the assault kind of flips sides, right? So you get a ship, it doesn't have a ton of health and it kind of flies directly into enemy space, right? But you know, it kind of gives you a little bit of extra cover, allows you to advance with an objective point to give yourself something to rally behind. But, you know, it does fall down quite quickly. They do manage to take out one of the defending frigates. This final one down to half hull health, but we're on board here with Scalp as he tries to pick off some of these final players. Will eventually flip it back on over to attack, and this could very well do it for map 1 here, Silent Echo.
Yeah, Scalp is fantastic at this one. He really is. He is able to lock up a player, get on their tail, and stay on their tail, and prevent them from doing what they do. And what I've noticed is that he's so good at timing when he engages. Right? He can have them in his sights for a little bit, but he'll wait until they lock onto a course of action because players tend not to maneuver as much. You know, they're busy shooting something, and they want to try and keep their reticle on target. Well, a lot of the time that means you're tunnel visioning, and he excels in that blind spot.
Those A-wings that Scalp and Dream.
Those A-wings.
I mean, it's kind of their it's their calling card to fly in and out of those blind spots as the tractor beam does go down there. The powering system or the power systems going to open up some more hull damage.
It's looking like this one's going to be a real quick one, and Shrapnel may be wondering what they've gotten themselves into here.
Well, with it being map 1, and again, this is Sisubo, right? I mean, it is a relatively similar map to Yavin. I'm a bit concerned. I'm not sure which side will be which, but it does certainly look like Splinter Squadron going to take map 1. The Star Destroyer on its last legs here as we get a cinematic view. Scalp trying to find that remaining damage.
Yeah, even if you're in an interceptor, like at these points in the game, you just put everything on the capital ship. You know, that's what's going to get you the win. You can kill as many players as you like, but if that Star Destroyer doesn't die, then there's no point. So, taking these opportunities right at the end here, you know, even maybe going for a ram if you feel like you're going to die anyway. Why not turn that death into damage? And then we see that Star Destroyer breaking up, and wow. It's that definitely a solid introduction to the stream here.
Well, yeah, well played from Splinter Squadron. Take a 1-0 lead now heading into map number 2, which again will be on Yavin. Here's the scoreboard. 5 kills for both Scalp and Jareen, totaling 10. And there was some good fight towards the end there, but most of those kills again kind of came in that final moment, right when it was kind of the battle was already a bit decided. And again, this is our first opportunity getting to see the Defender on the big screen right here. I don't know if it was worth taking an interceptor off the field for it.
Yeah, I don't know whether it necessarily fulfills the same role as an interceptor. I honestly think of it more as a tank. It's something to take the attention. It's squirrely. You can't get after it. Trying to staying behind that thing is almost impossible. It's almost worth just hitting your boost for as much as you can, and then just 180 and wait for it to finish spinning and then shoot it. It's one of those ships that can really change the angle of the battlefield very quickly if you're trying to kill it. But the thing is that in fleet battles, you don't need to kill it. It can stay alive for as long as it wants. If it's not doing anything, there's no threat, it's not achieving the win condition, it's not part of the strategic element of the game at that point. So I think that Shrapnel could have done a lot more there to recognize that something wasn't working and switch it up, because it did look like they were just running one of every ship. And that's maybe not, maybe we at some points, you want more interceptors perhaps to push forward, and maybe something that's going to put on more cap ship damage. Maybe there's a lot of different options that you can go for, but also, Splinter are just extremely good at flying.
Well, let's take another quick look at what maps we've got coming up here. We did just see Sisubo getting taken down by Shrapnel Squadron, and now Splinter Squad going to be playing the Empire side on Yavin. So we're going to have a swappage of sides, and we'll see if the Defender makes an appearance for Splinter on Yavin Prime. And again, Yavin, a map that pretty much gives you zero cover, so gonna be a lot of fun to watch these teams do battle. Can't wait to get this one underway. But a 1-0 lead and a relatively convincing win. Now that we see a New Republic half here for the team that's trailing, maybe that could give them a bit of a spark to try to come back and force a game 3.
Yeah, I think that Yavin, it's a very wide open space, so it really does help those who are good at maneuvering. I think that to some extent cover is a crutch for those who are not as good, not as skilled pilots, because the thing is, right, it's like, it sounds like it's harder to navigate around obstacles and things like that, but it's very easy to break line of sight, which is actually the point of whatever you're doing, usually is to break line of sight so they can't shoot you anymore. Well, in Yavin, that's not an option, so you have to rely on your skill as a pilot, like juke them, mislead them, make them think you're going to go do one thing and then do the opposite. The best thing to do is probably the third best thing to do, because the idea is to be as unpredictable as possible, and that's, I think, whichever team can manage that more successfully is gonna do very well. And looking at what just happened there, it's not looking great for Shrapnel on that front. And the Defender, I don't think I really had any situations where it really shined. I think on Yavin, it has a bit more opportunity to do well. But this time it's in the hands of the team that just won, so who knows? At least you can't cloud skim as much in Imperials, in Republic ships, There's that as well, so that... I don't know. It's going to be a bit one-sided, I think, on this one, Hunted.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how these teams decide to play this one out. And one of the arguments too that's made towards kind of the A-wing over the interceptor, right, is the cockpit space in general, especially as some of these players do play VR. And I know that there are some pilots who much prefer the A-wing because you can just see a little bit more. You have a little bit more of a kind of, obviously field of view, but more awareness of what you're doing, where you are, where everybody else is. And the Defender can also kind of help with that as well, with how quickly it can, obviously maneuver itself. So we'll see if Scalp or Jareen decide to switch over to a Defender. I know that we've been kind of talking the Defender to death.
I'll be surprised if Scalp isn't in one, then. I'll be surprised if he's not in one, because it just benefits the high pilot skill, so much. But you have to be achieving things. This is the point that I keep making. You can fly around as much as you want, but you have to be doing stuff that helps. Well,
here is Splinter Squadron on your screen right now in that Republic garb. So they're up 1-0. As you can see, Shrapnel Squadron have to try to make a comeback here on Yavin. It's not going to be easy, but we'll see what they can pull out in these New Republic ships. And again, while we are getting this ready and able to go through here, this first battle has to be won, in my opinion, by Shrapnel. They need to get on the offensive early.
Yeah, they you know, I'm tempted to say, yeah, they need to get that first attack as soon as possible, but I think it's more important that they control the morale game. I think that that's the thing that really sets Splinter Squadron aside compared to the other teams that I've been looking at, you know. I think that their awareness of what they need in specific situations is just that little bit higher, and I think that that just speaks of like the amount of time that they've spent playing the game, because it's not been out for a very long time, people. Why do we have 500 hours doing things in this game? I didn't feel like there'd been 500 hours since the game came out, but apparently that's where we're at now. So it really reminds me, you know, you and I, we both know Rocket League very well, and the moment that we're in right now really reminds me of like September after Rocket League came out. It just seems like we're finding new mechanics every day. There's new elements of the system that we can exploit and use. The way dead drifting can throw off people's aim, for example, you know, that's a very recent discovery, and we're talking about a very short lifespan of the game as it is. So there's a lot of nuance here, and I think that a couple of days of extra research can really make the difference for some of these players.
Well, here we go. Yavin, map number 2. It is Splinter Squadron trying to close things out into games. They're in that Republic, the Republic ships right now. I'm sorry, the Empire ships right now. Republic side under the gun. We'll see how things can shake out here as we're on board with Fenkar to start things out, looking for some of those AI ships to get that morale, and there it is. Already over to Splinter Squadron, and it didn't really take too many frags on the player ships. It's just a lot of AI kills. I think they had 2, maybe 3 kills, which, you know, again does swing that morale quite in their favor. And this is the danger zone right now. If your Shrapnel Squadron can't make a mistake, have to turn this around. Do not let Splinter get a lot of damage early on.
Yeah, if they lose, you know, a tower ship at this point, that's gonna be it. I think they need to make sure that they keep as much potential capital ship damage off the table as possible. That means aiming in front of fighters before they launch torpedoes, so that you hit the torpedoes. You know, little nuances like that, trying to help the game figure out what it is that you want to do. Because if you're aiming at a ship, right, the lasers auto converge on that ship, because the lasers are converging, right? They need to know how far the ship is away. The game does a lot of that sort of computing power for you. It's not something that you control. What that means is that dead drifting can throw it off, and what it also means is that it's really easy to hit torpedoes right after they launch, because you already have the lasers dialed into that distance. You can just lead the target a little bit more, and you shoot the exploding thing that's coming out. But doing that, obviously, way easier said than done.
We're here with Scalp. He's got Ando in his sights. On over now to Fenkar as he looks to assault. Not sure which frigate this one is, but he's got the he's got his own ship in the way to contend with. Gonna put on a decent amount of damage here with this defender, and we've got a defender, 2 interceptor, fighter support lineup here for Splinter Squadron. No bombers, which I guess is not necessarily a surprise.
They started off with a bomber. They got the initial AI farm out of the way, and then they swapped it out for a defender, which Fenkar's driving. So it really is just shows, you know, the teams that hit more often, those teams that are doing better. So it's just like Overwatch, you have to know what the situation requires.
We get one of the frigates. The second one is exposed. Still, they battle for morale. It's closing in for Shrapnel Squadron. They need a couple more frags, but Fenkar still sitting here doing a lot of damage. I do want to see who's got the most cap ship damage. Yeah, it's Fenkar by a whole lot here. He's done 32,000, and the rest of his team combined just hit 10,000.
So watch what Fenkar's doing here. He is dead drifting so that he can stay shooting at the ship. If you look at the lines on the screen that are flying past, they were going backwards while he was doing that, which means he's traveling backwards. And the way the defender can do that while still being able to use the APS to recharge engines, be able to shift power back into engines as well to generate some boost, just very, very good at doing things like that, just gliding around and being very hard to hit.
As you can see, Brandon's, yeah.
As Brandon's finding out, yeah.
Trying to take down Fenkar, who has, again, done so much damage. They do eventually flip the morale over, but not before losing both of those frigates. So, gonna have to be a pretty good attack. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a good counterattack here from the Republic side. They're gonna potentially switch off the bomber. They look to, they're all gonna grab up here. Yeah, it looks like they are gonna switch off at least one of the bombers. Yeah, both bombers going away. So we'll see. Let's see what they got.
Yeah, I think that it's hard to survive a long time in the bombers on Yavin, especially when you're pushing into attack. Because, like, what are you hiding behind? You know, you're slow, you can't move, and you're butt ugly, as they used to say about the Y-Wing. So I think that it's a real problem to try and risk taking one of those in. You know, Squadron Mask is only going to do so much, and here the speed are what counts right now, being able to get into action and out of action fast. You don't want to take those morale hits with that.
Bomber for Fenkar now, opting. It's so funny how we're seeing the defender used on attack and then immediately swapped out when playing defense.
Keeping that AI back is really important. You know, it is very much like a mobile. I can't stress the similarities as much as that, because when you kill a player, like, that's impactful. But if you kill all the players and never deal with the AI, then the AI will just kill you. So that is something that can happen, you know. And Yavin is one of the best maps for that. The cruisers, they get right up next to each other. You got a Star Destroyer going up against the MC-75, and they will trade shots while you're trying to attack them, and that's just great. And what we saw there, we just missed it actually. We switched off Fenkar, but he was going back in to swap. So
defender will make an appearance. Oh, actually, no, he's
back into a tie. Yeah.
Wow. Maybe feeling confident.
Well, I mean, maybe he just felt like he wasn't doing enough in the defender. You know.
Again, he killed two ships on his own.
He didn't kill two ships on his own.
Look at the scoreboard, man. He's got 40,000 damage already in capital ship damage, and you know, maybe the defender, you know, maybe he's just got a different strategy for the MC-75. Of course, it's obviously a much larger ship. You got to target specific spots on it. So
yeah, I think that it's a lot easier to dead drift orbit around something with a lot less cannons.
Yeah.
You know,
right? Absolutely.
So, I think the TIE Fighter, you know, it's strange as it may seem, because the defender's got the shields, but the TIE Fighter is a little bit steadier at getting out of fights, in my opinion. What I find with the defender is that whenever I need to put power into shields, that means I'm just dying because I'm not moving fast enough anymore, you know? Like, when you take the power out of the engine in the defender, you really feel it. It hurts a lot. But that APS, man, that APS.
We are on board here with the Imperial Raider, as it looks to do some damage of its own to the MC-75, and does eventually go down. It does add morale as well. Again, for anybody a bit unfamiliar with fleet battles, taking that out does give you a good boost to morale, so it's important. There it is. It does go down, and a couple of ship kills will turn the fight around. So the MC-75 takes a decent licking, but the assault cruisers across the way are going to be the next targets now, as Shrapnel Squadron looking to stay in the tournament. They've got to have some kind of attack. I think you've got to chain a couple of cruisers here into maybe a shield generator or two, at the very least in this attack, and then pray your defense can hold.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to hold this back, I think, at this point. I think that, you know, any competitive game ultimately comes down to resources, you know, and the resources can be the players themselves, the positions that they're in, what they have in the, you know, what actual missiles and bombs they might have on them still, or, you know, whatever it is. And whenever there's an imbalance, you know, that's when teams start to snowball, and I think that we're in that kind of snowball situation right now. It's really so much difficult to make the uphill climb to stay in right now, but great showing, and I just love watching this game. Look at it. Look at the lasers. Who else is excited about Rogue Squadron after watching some of this? I am.
This is a decent attack right now. Both cruisers taking some good damage. He did just swap over to Brunus as he's trying to take out this Corvette that's circling the cruisers. That might just flip things back. There it goes. Yeah, so that shut down there. Going to end the attack, and it's going to be a bit of a retreat now from Shrapnel Squadron. Half hull left on the MC-75. That means it's half a ship away from their elimination out of the Operation Ace Open. But, you know, it's been a pretty good fight so far. However, I have a bad feeling with how grouped up Splinter Squadron seem to be right now. It's going to be an all-out attack. 2 defenders coming out for both Brunus and Fenkar now. Not to mention the support going to stay there on Knot, but the 2 interceptors as well. They're out for blood right now.
Yeah, Apogeo doing his absolute best here to try and take out those AI waves, but you know, it's an important role that somebody needs to be doing at all times. But now we see the defender going past. I think that maybe we saw the TIE fighter for the piercing torpedoes to get those shield gens.
Oh,
and now that the shield gens are gone, the defender is how he wanted to finish things off.
There it is, Shrapnel Squadron. My goodness, well played, an Imperial victory here. So, I mean, a pretty back and forth game here, Silent Echo, but ultimately I think this is going to be one of the larger wins that we're going to see. Here's the scoreboard. As you can see, Fenkar actually gets out cap ship damage by Brunus in the end, which is kind of hilarious to me. But just between the 2 of them, I think they just quick math. I think, yeah, they put more capital ship damage than everybody else in the lobby combined.
Well, I think the most important number is actually the Fenkar picked up 44 AI kills in that game, and none of the rest of his team did. They all know their roles, they know what they're supposed to be doing, and Fenkar, I'm pretty sure, only got those AI kills in the bomber. And we saw him in it for how long? You know, a couple of minutes at most total. And that's how swift and efficient that these players were in this game. And I mean, honestly, the quarterfinals in this kind of an event, you know, it's an open tournament. Anybody who's ever played golf knows that this is the case. It can go in any direction at any time. But I wasn't expecting it to be that one-sided. That was some seriously impressive flying from Splinter Squadron.
Well, Splinter Squadron showing us why they would like to be considered one of the favorites. They're going to be one of your top 4 teams today as well. But we are going to take a short break. When we come back, it's time to get into the semifinals. Top 4 action here on the Operation Ace Open. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Operation Ace Open. We just finished watching the first match. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by Silent Echo. And Silent Echo, I heard someone at the end say, like, oh, it was kind of a back and forth affair. And I mean, it was back and forth as in, like, the X-Wings and TIE Fighters were on one end and the other end of the field at points. But other than that, this was like a battering ram on a front door of a KFC, just straight through the whole thing. This was Shrapnel. Was everywhere. Shrapnel was the correct name for Team Squadron there. Splinter.
That was... Yeah, well, I mean, that's the kind of thing, right? You know, Shrapnels, I guess, are kind of like Splinters, so I guess we found out which one is superior. But I really feel like, you know, you refer to that as a back and forth affair, and you're absolutely right. I mean, the design of the game means that it was a back and forth affair, but I think if that had been a dogfight, it would have been a very, very low number of kills on one side. But what we saw there, I think, is just how important those strategies are, understanding what your role is. You know, everybody was fulfilling a very specific role, and that was working really well. And the other team, you know, they were probably trying to do that, but not succeeding. And that is, you know, the nature of competitive play. If it ain't working, do something different. And I just did not see enough attempts to adapt to change. We should, you know, if you're having that hard a time, make some drastic changes, you know, throw anything out, just surprise them, whatever it is. Switch to all iron torpedoes. I don't know. I'm crazy.
I mean, there's an argument for not throwing the baby out with the bathwater as well. Don't try and reinvent the wheel on the fly and completely screw yourself, right? But I agree with you that, like, maybe think of completely out of the box is important when you're running into players as good as Fenkar. Fenkar was easily my MVP for the first round. I mean, you pointed out his dead drift, and you pointed out the way he was flying that defender around those frigates. I don't know what you're supposed to do, and when you're not able to really get your A-Wings onto him because you're dealing with the interceptor of Scalp the whole time, so this is a problem. This is a problem. Oh, I'm out of sync. I bet I can fix that myself, guys. You know, tell me if that fixed it. Tell me if I'm back in sync, chat. We're figuring things out on the fly.
I mean, who knows? You're not in sync for me, but I don't expect these things.
They didn't make a mistake.
This is the world of esports.
I made the mistake.
In 2020. You know, it's just all audio desync and remote events, and trying to figure out what do you put in that really empty corner. Oh, I have a Boba Fett head. I'll put that there. You know. Yeah,
it's funny. This is actually a new place for me. This is my first broadcast out of this room. I can change the color of everything down here if I want to, but blue seemed to fit what we're doing here. So yeah, I'm really excited to watch Splinter Squadron moving forward. This is a team that clearly has their roles defined. They understand how to adapt. Game 2 was a clinic in how to win a game. It was 3 phases. Both their games were 3 phases, but the first phase in game 2, they took out both frigates. Second phase, they took out both shield generators and took it down to half health. And phase 3 was just GG. They dropped 1 frigate, and they dropped it at the very end of the other team's second phase. Like, that was as clean of a game as we're going to see all day.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. Certainly on the stream, you know, as we move forward and things start to heat up a little bit as we come up to this top 4 matchup, we're still waiting for the quarterfinals to finish out because, you know, that game was a little bit quicker than the others. I don't know why, but what we do have coming up for us, I think, is just going to be really exciting. And I'm just... You know, Splinter Squadron, they dropped, I think it was 2 matches in the groups, and I caught the tail end of one of those, and the way that they were dissecting that, you know, you and I, we've been orbiting around esports for a long time now. I've heard a lot of competitive teams talk, but I was not expecting the level of professionalism and how they were critiquing and trying to think of what else they should do, trying to avoid not over-talking about specific subjects as well. You know, it's just really, really important to see that developing as soon as possible.
Here's the thing. You knew Splinter Squadron was the real deal when they wouldn't stream their scripts. When they have strats they're trying to hide from the other squadrons on air, you know that there's something that they're doing well. And when they have strats like that, and they're flying as well as these guys are, like, this is easily a favorite to win the whole thing at this point. But we here on stream have only seen 1 match. I can't imagine what's happening in the other matches. And if we could go back to the bracket, there's some really cool names on this bracket that I think are important to talk about, okay? Because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squadrons, okay? They all know what they're doing, right? But then we got a team of scientists. What do scientists know about flying, right? Well, they're great scientists. They're all about great dragons on Tatooine. I wouldn't challenge those guys if they say they can do something. They're able to do it, okay? That's terrifying. Also, Akbar's Angels, easily best name in the tournament, and they're literal deities. They're flying infinite beings. So I don't know. This is anyone's game as far as pilots versus celestials versus scientists. What's your favorite name?
I think the Crate Science team takes it, because you're absolutely right. When I turn around to somebody and they're like, oh yeah, you know, I'm like a biologist, and I'm like, oh cool, so like plants and stuff, and they're like, no,
like
crate
algae?
Dragons. I'm like, oh right, let me buy you a drink.
Yeah, no, that's completely
Please
different.
never
You
take me
Crate
to your
Dragons.
workplace.
A note there on the bracket, you saw that Gray Squadron just advanced in their round as well, so it will be Gray Squadron versus Splinter Squadron for our first semifinal, and we'll have those matches coming up here as soon as we possibly can. We're still obviously waiting on the results of the other matches before we can get that second part of the semifinals done. Let's take a look at the format overall on the day. We're playing for $1,000, and about 200 of that goes to some bounties and the Medal of Valor. If you're the player, the pilot that gets the most kills, you'll get yourself $25. Most assists will also earn $25, and then $25 to the player that gets the most capital ship damage. Obviously, Fenkar, currently on stream, our favorite for that one. And then the survivalist, player with the least amount of deaths, will be taking home a prize for themselves as well. And chat, at the end of the day, we, the analysts, and you, the viewers, will nominate an MVP. That player will earn themselves $100. I know who my vote is from so far, but I don't want to sway things. I want to we got a lot of gameplay to get through here, Silent Echo. Like, I'm not going to go off of just 2 games we watched that were obviously one-sided.
Yeah, we've seen 25% of round 1 of a very interesting bracket in an event with a new meta, because the Defender is here, and this is the first Fleet Battle tournament since the Defender came out. It's an open format, it's custom matches. This is everything that we wanted a week after the game came out and we were running the original Operation Ace. So now it's here and we're doing it. This is amazing. So very excited to see exactly who it is that is going to be coming up. And it looks like Gray versus Splinter Squadron. This is a rematch that I have been waiting for. I saw this match in the group stage. I watched that happen, and Splinter Squadron took it. They took the last 20 HP of the MC-75 out of phase while under a complete attack at their cap ship.
Man, well, that if there isn't anything to get you guys excited for the next match, I don't know what it is. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Gray versus Splinter. Who's going to take it down? We'll find out right here on Operation Ace. Oh, and we are back and moments away from watching Gray Squadron rematch up against Squadron Splinter. I don't think it works when you flip it around. Splinter Squadron versus Gray Squadron going up against it again. Right now, Gray Squadron does have the 1-0 record in this tournament by a very narrow win they had during the group stage. We'll see if Splinter can take it back down. I'm really excited about this because we did watch Splinter be so dominant, Silent Echo, in that first match. I'm excited to see them actually kind of put to their paces.
Yeah, I gotta hold my hands up. I had it the wrong way around, you know? Like, they won out of phase. It wasn't the team I expected to win in that moment, you know? And Gray were able to take it right at the last second. And Cheese said, actually, on his stream that every single time they play Splinter, it goes to something like that. You know, some crazy, all-out, desperate strategy just to get the win. And, I mean, that speaks to the heart of Star Wars for me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, no, if you're not literally racing missiles, then like is it even actually a Star Wars game? So I'm excited to see which of these players really shows up and shines, and which one's going to be matching which role, because I have not watched this team play before, and it'll be an exciting matchup. One thing we didn't see at all in the first match was a B-wing at any point, and generally the B-wing is something that is super strong when going directly up against objectives, but one of the most difficult parts of the meta right now is getting to the objective, and it's hampering, it's completely dampened movement systems, making something that is a little bit more difficult at the top level of play. But that being said, we're so early on in the meta with the B-wing and the defenders that there still is room for improvement, and we might see it starting to sneak in here and there in situations throughout the course of our event.
I think we're mostly going to see the B-Wing as a counter to a lot of defenders. If as soon as we see 2 or 3 defenders on a team, I think that there will be a B-Wing, because those ion guns are just way too good against defenders, you know? And that's the kind of strategy that it's hard to come up against in ladder, because in ladder a lot of people are solo queuing, they're not playing with people they know, and you know, you're going to take ion guns and pray that your team's going to finish off the target for you. That's not going to happen, let's be honest. It's definitely a team-focused strategy, and you know, that's something that Splinter said actually after the loss to Gray, which, you know, makes way more sense now that I remember who won that match. But they said that in ranked, they're just not having to deal with that kind of defense. You know, they go on defense and they just flip it, and then they go back on the attack. Whereas the teams in this tournament, you know, particularly Gray Squadron, who was who they were talking about at the time, they put them on defense and they kept them there.
Yeah, which, I mean, a big part of that is being able to maintain interceptor pressure or A-wing pressure on the front line to be able to keep, because you have to, when the team's on defense, obviously their goal is to swing morale back the other way. If the other team, you are wanting to move on to offense so you can do damage, but damage in and of itself to the objectives doesn't actually swing morale. You have to be able to be doing damage to you're actually advancing the win objective, but also taking out the other pilots so you can stay on defense for longer. And that's something that's difficult. That's the wonderful ebb and flow of the game, is that as you focus on the objective, we get to focus on morale, and then we get to focus on the objective. If Gray Squadron's as good in the interceptor roles as Splinter Squadron is, we're gonna have some fun dogfighting to watch, and it's gonna be crazy to watch them do that dogfighting on offense.
Yeah, I almost feel like the interceptor battle, quote unquote, you know, like you talk about the air battle and the ground battle in wars, or the interceptor battle I think is going to be very even, but I think the bomber battle is going to be the where this match is actually decided, like which team is able to get their bomber into the right positions at the right time and really just like lay on the hurt and keep those AI down. And I mean, there's so many aspects to the game, right? Like you're casting a fleet battle and you're looking around and you're like, what do I talk about next? You know, we were talking about it during the break there. It's hard to know what to focus on from a spectating standpoint. Obviously, we're all learning. That's kind of one of the things that we have is we're learning how to cast this as we go along, while these players are learning how to play this competitively as they go along. So we're all up against the line.
It's funny too, because learning how to, it's not just learning how to cast, but learning how to watch the game is definitely a thing. Let's take a look at the maps we're going to be playing over the course of this match. Similar situation to our previous matchup. We have Yavin and Sisubo, but in different orders. And my personal favorite map, Essels, will be here in our first map. I love these large objectives to work around for exactly what I was about to bring up. Watching these games can be very difficult on a map like Sisubo, where it's like, I have trouble at any moment knowing exactly where I am because it's a lot of kind of asymmetrical debris versus having one large thing to work around. I think creates a center point that's easy to kind of like wrap my head around. I can coordinate where I am on the map. It'll be fun to watch that one. Gray Squadron going to be playing the Empire.
Well, this is the kind of thing that in real life with pilots, you know, situational awareness, pilots very often lose track of where the ground is because, you know, they're pulling maneuvers or whatever, you know, and learning how to do whatever it is they're trying to do or doing it for real, who knows. But they can lose track of where the horizon is. And that's why they have, you know, you'd think, well, why does a plane need a thing that tells them where the horizon is? Well, because of clouds first, but then also because it's so easy to lose track of. In space, there's even less reference points, right? So having this large structure in the middle certainly makes it easier to focus things for us. And I think for players as well, it makes it easier for, like, to take stock at a glance requires a lot less mental energy. And that's something that we're going to end up talking about a lot in the future, but maybe isn't as important right now. But what are these players thinking about when they're flying? Are they thinking about how to execute what they're doing? Or are they thinking about what they're going to do next? Are they thinking about how to make the best use of their systems? Or are they thinking about what, you know, when they're going to bounce for a refill? You know, what is it that is going through a player's mind at an individual point? Like, where did they think is important to put the attention? Or maybe where can't they help putting their attention?
Yeah, it's interesting. You brought up the point of you were expecting to see Scalp on the Defender in that first round. We saw Scalp play basically. We saw him exclusively.
I was watching him fly it earlier. He looked beautiful.
Yeah, no, and we saw him fly exclusively interceptors and A-wings. And the one thing is I agree with you. I think he would be maybe one of their better Defender players, especially for that mid-tier aggression on other players, for kind of like filling an interceptor role with a Defender because of how good he is at managing the small things in this game. And Defenders just have that kind of like one extra tier with the APS.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wasn't disappointed at all watching Fenkar play it, and I think that I'm not going to question anything Splinter Squadron's doing right now.
not so far, no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really interesting because, you know, they lost twice in the groups, but they lost one of those games against the team that they're playing now in the semifinals. So, you know, I feel like that could have gone in any direction at any time. It just happened to go in Grey Squadron's way. And, you know, like it feels like both teams are very aware of how hard a task is ahead of them. But I have to wonder whether those early losses in the group stage have maybe focused Splinter Squadron's mind a little bit better so that they can, you know, they've got that sort of like, oh, we lost today. We don't want to do that again. Whereas Grey Squadron, you know, they've been just riding through. Like, who's given them a challenge so far? I mean, lots of teams, obviously, but ultimately it came out the best. And, you know, it's so easy to feel like you're a little bit invulnerable, you know? Like, you just can't lose today. And then when you do, it's so surprising because you never considered that it might happen. Fortunately, with these players, you know, there's so many decisions to make. We're going to see very specific picks. These two teams seem to know each other very well. I'm going to be interested to see who is targeting who, because that's the other thing that I've been finding out is that players have specific players that they like to go after. You know, they know that one person is better at going after a particular person on another team. That's a kind of meta level that I haven't seen in other esports, actually, to be honest, even in shooters, you know?
Well, and you usually don't have the flexibility to do so, right? Because it's just so much more situational. Just what shows up in front of you, you got to shoot that. Let's take a look at the bracket. While we're getting Gray versus Splinter set up. In the meantime, our other matches have also concluded here. Unfortunately, the Angels and the Crate Scientists are both eliminated. So we will be just Squadrons moving forward here. F's in chat for the.
Turns out it was just a clever name.
It was just, they clearly, you know, I thought Crate Scientists could do anything, but it turns out they can't fly planes. Better luck to them next time. We'll see how things go. But Devastator Squadron and Skull Squadron advance. They will be in our second semifinal, which we will see right after this match. So, again, waiting for players to get secured in the lobby and ready to go, and then we can move forward with this matchup. But yeah, it's going to be, I agree with you that I think the difference, one of the big differences here will be in the bomber role, in the objective roles. But I don't know. I think Fenkar doesn't leave much room for improvement, but that was when Fenkar was uncontested, right? He was having very little pressure. And if Grey Squadron is as good at maintaining pressure and maintaining a fighter v fighter offensive control when on offense, when they're supposed to be focusing on an objective, I do worry about just how deadly are they on defense, and can Scalp distract hard enough to keep the pressure off of Fenkar?
Yeah, one of the biggest things that I noticed with Splinter Squadron was just how good they are at taking stock before they move in, you know? Like, they make sure that when they're moving in, they're moving in. When I saw them go on the attack when they were playing as the Republic, they were taking shots, like, receiving shots, being hit by lasers, and I wasn't seeing their shield bars go down. They were all overcharged, they were all full health for, like, a significant portion of their initial attack, because they're avoiding the fire that's being thrown at them, and anything that did hit, you know, it's shield overcharge, who cares? So,
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
Carry on.
They're good at managing their stuff. Let's take a look
Yeah.
again at the map breakdown. This is what we will be playing. We'll be starting on Essels and then Yavin, then Sisubo to close things out if we make it to that game 3. So we'll see 3 different maps in 3 games here on stream. That's pretty exciting. So, and then we'll get to go back to the beloved Yavin in the middle. I think all teams kind of enjoy Yavin. It's just such an even playing field there. But yes, Gray Squadron going to be starting out on the Empire. We will see how they choose to line things up. The players now in the lobby, and we should be getting into that matchup here momentarily. I can't wait to get this one started and see who is going to be the standout player in this one. Man, it's so getting to see them play here in a long form as well, playing in a best of 3 will be a change. And then additionally, if Splinter Cell wins a match here, how does Gray Squadron play from behind will be something we need to pay attention to, because we have only seen this team win with a lot of momentum behind them.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's I think they're really going to be the difference. I have seen them because I watched them earlier on playing from behind, and I saw both teams playing from behind in that match. It seemed like both teams were always playing from behind, which didn't make any sense to me at the time, but it just shows how closely matched those teams were. And I think the real problem that Shrapnel Squadron had against Splinter was that they just weren't able to disrupt what Splinter wanted to do. You know, like they were the flies buzzing around your horse as you canter into battle. That wasn't a huge deal. You know, you had other things on your mind, like the arrows and stuff. You know, it almost felt like they were avoiding the capital ship more than they were avoiding the other players. And I think that that's just not going to be the case here. And I'm very interested to see as well whether Grey Squadron have any surprises up their sleeve for Splinter Squadron, or whether they did sort of show everything that was in their pocket in the group stage earlier on, and there's not going to be any surprises.
Yeah, we saw Splinter play the same opening in both of their maps from match number 1, starting with the Y-Wing, putting on AI farm pressure, getting a few kills to quickly swing things. There's a few other plays you can make there. We'll see if they bring something different out, but it does look like they are starting off with that Y-Wing on Fenkar again. We'll see Nop in the support. Everybody playing their standard lineup. On the side of Gray Squadron, we'll see 2 ties, a Defender, a Reaper, and a Bomber. Cheese versus Fenkar going to be the matchup to watch here in this best of 3 as we get started.
Yeah, just the moment. You know, this is the moment that I actually love in these matches, you know, where you're just driving forward, you know, you're just flying, you're like, I don't want to go too fast because then I'll be further ahead than everybody else and I'll be the first to die. You're just sort of charging up your shields, you know, that's the moment where you're going to hit that right D-pad and playing with controller and get that power into your shields and fully overcharge your shields so that when you do come in, you're ready to stay. And we see Cheese now just playing the objective. That's what Cheese does for the Grey Squadron. He plays the objective, he deals with the AI farm initially, and then starts to work on that cap ship damage. That's his role in the team. So look for him doing a lot of that.
Right now we see D-Strict taken down. Brunus also traded out. Early pressure from the Rebellion. They'll turn back around, form up on their support. Cheese gonna be retreating back for the resupply. We'll see the rest of Splinter Squadron move in from behind their Corvette. Cheese engaging dogfights. One of the things about the bombers, obviously not as strong as it was at the beginning, but extremely strong, the TIE Bomber, at playing offense and defense, one of the most well-rounded ships in the game. Here's some pressure from Scalp onto the back of these defenders.
Yeah, the great thing about the Bomber is that it's so good for dealing with the AI shit. You're able to take those multi-target missiles that you can take down 4 at once. It's a really big deal for that. And what I noticed when we were following G's around was that every time he locked onto a ship, there was no player name above that ship for the X-Wing. Right? So that shows that's how you can spot as a spectator. You can see very quickly, oh, he's just going for an AI right now. And it's important to know when people are doing that. You know, right now, sort of targets of opportunity. That's one of the things that people don't kind of realize. Like they're always aiming at the other squadron. And actually, there's a whole lot of other things that you need to be doing than focusing on the other squadron. You know, you could kill maybe 4 AI ships on your way to objective, but if you never target them, how do you know they're there?
So the coordination of Splinter Squadron, they followed their Corvette in onto the cruiser D, the left side cruiser there. As soon as the Corvette went down, they all turned back around, went for the resupply, and are now slowly collapsing back in. But full defense over here, all the fighting happening around Cruiser D right now. We're on board with Arios. See shields down. Again, this is phase number 1. It would be a deviation from their previous 2 games, and it will be as they lose out on this run without taking out either of the frigates. Both games 1 and 2 able to take out frigates in their first opening phase here. Splinter held to just damage and taking out shields.
Yeah, having real trouble here actually to try and stop Grey Squadron from getting the flip there. Obviously they weren't able to, and now they're being able to sort of move forward. And we're seeing there is Arios on a defender, but again, you know, I kind of thought that we'd seen more defenders on this map, to be perfectly honest with you, because dipping in and out of these tunnels in the defender is so easy to do because you always have boost to stop yourself from hitting a wall.
Give yourself a little bit of time to build back up your resources as they push on to the A side, the B side frigate, following in the Raider. But a bit more disjointed Grey Squadron on their push here. They've gotten shields down on B, but no real meaningful damage on either. The shields now drop on A as well, sending one ship over. Ion torpedoes over there by themselves over on A.
Yeah,
Full
very
shields down.
even
Let's see if they
right
can finish them
now.
off.
Yeah, very, very even right now. You know, we can see that morale bar is staying near the middle. It's just trading backwards and forwards. We are seeing some players go down, but they're going down evenly on both sides. But this Nebulon B frigate, I mean, it is just being circled by that radar. It does not look happy.
Now, luckily for it, there is not a lot of other fighter support around the radar, but nobody's actually concentrating on taking it out, so it's just getting free reign here on the Nebulon. Putting in sustained
yeah, so they're
damage.
holding back on that because they want to build up the morale bar so that when they kill that radar, it flips for them.
They've gotten it very, very close.
It's a huge chunk.
Raider quickly become the target as we see those tunnels being dipped into, and now on to the Raider. And they finish it off, 70 health and falling.
Yeah, nice
Gets
take
collapsed by
morale.
three ships.
But be very difficult for Shrapnel Squadron to build up the morale bar they need to stop this from going sorry, it was going to be very hard for Grey Squadron to stop that from flipping over. And now going back the other way, you know, that first attack didn't go straight for them. What are they going to be able to do with this one?
No, but yes, Gray did, I believe, it looks like it marginally more. It's actually pretty even here as far as the how much damage each squad do. They both did substantial chunks, like a 1/3 and a 2/3 on one ship and the other ship respectively. But in out of phase at the very end, you see how far this bar is already swinging back in favor of the Empire. Gray was actually able to take down one of the frigates and leave it to down just at the very end of that phase. So while we do see Splinter back on offense here, they are actually losing on the scoreboard. You see the X above their name.
Yeah, absolutely. That means one of their towers is down, and that's a real problem. You do not want that to be happening. And also, for anybody watching, just to let you know, the morale bar does switch which way it's going, depending on which team we're spectating. It's just one of those little minor things that can catch you out. You gotta watch out for that. It really, because, you know, it's white is your side, but it's the side of the player we're viewing. So we're all learning how to watch this, you know. It's kind of like, how did you watch ice hockey when that first started, you know? How did they even know what was going on?
It does take a little bit. Learning how to watch, definitely a thing, as we see Splinter Squadron take down one cruiser and now work on the other one, despite their Corvette going down very early in the round. So coordinated efforts as they've got this one down to a third health, and they've actually evened out the morale bar as well, which was starting to really heavily swing the other way with that end out of phase takedown on the frigate and then the immediate follow-up on the Corvette. This has been some wonderful precision from Splinter Squadron, and they've gained a number of frags as well. You can see everybody having to respawn and fly back in from Gray Squadron, and that this last cruiser almost out of the fight.
Yeah, Fenkar bouncing his shields backwards and forwards depending on where he's taking fire from, not balancing them at all, flipping it backwards when he's taking shots from the back, flipping it forwards when the cruiser starts focusing on him. Sorry, the frigate starts focusing on him, and that is just a masterful piece of work with the shielding. They're able to get out of there despite low hull.
And with that, they've taken out both cruisers. They'll fall back to their remaining frigate to resupply and regain momentum here. They'll leave only AI targets for the enemy to farm morale off of. And now push back onto offense. How do Cheese and the boys handle this?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, good question, absolutely. I mean, this looks like it's going to be really challenging. D-Strict just trying to take out that support before it can get close, but I think we already saw a Squadron mass go up, so it's going to be somewhat difficult to get a line on some of these players as they're trying to go for that right-hand shield generator, and it is... Did that pop? I can't tell. Looked like it might be about to explode.
The pressure on it.
Ah, there it goes.
Turn back around. There it goes. Another man, they are extending this second phase. They made up for the lack of productivity in phase one with getting both frigates and now one shield generator. They're gonna have to fall back and defend. They won't get the second one, but definitely back on pace with what we saw from match number one, as they'll just take the deaths to respawn them across the field.
Yeah, that went really, really well for them, but it's not a one battle yet. I don't think. You know, that frigate could go down pretty quickly if they're able to focus on it. It's already not looking very healthy.
Yeah, definitely not a one battle, especially because like the one thing Gray's really got for them here is that they have already taken down that other frigate. So they just have this one in front of them that's a bit weak, and they'll already take it down now at the very beginning of their phase still. Look how far the morale is still in their direction as they push on to the MC-75. Shield generators will be first on the menu.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to get into the right-hand panel, trying to get under the shields as fast as you can. It doesn't matter if you ram it a bit, you're flying a bomber, you've got the hull for it. You can get out even with that. Try to circle around, get the other side. It's opportunity damage as much as possible. Stay alive for as long as you can. But if you do die, make sure that you die while you did a lot of damage.
Oh, and he was so fast. Cheese takes out both shield generators. Shields completely out on the Star Cruiser, and now starting to work on the power systems. This has been a very, very quick fight. As Gray is making quick work of this, and the Raider is still up.
Yeah, I don't know how that Raider's still up, except the only thing that I can do... Oh, there it goes. It goes down now, I think. And this is such a fight right now as we try to figure out exactly what's going on, but there is a big explosion.
Oh my
We're switching players too fast. I don't know who we're looking at, but I can see a lot of fire in the distance, and that doesn't look good.
No, we'll see. But at this point, Splinter, they managed to stave off the attack. They get a Corvette in, but they still have to take down a shield generator and a power system, and they basically need to finish on this phase because they have a completely exposed, about 60% health MC-75 behind them. And with the rate at which Cheese has been doing damage, I would not put it past them.
Yeah, the fact that they didn't get that left shield generator on the Star Destroyer is really hurting them right now because they really need to be able to ensure that they're going to be able to get in there quick. But the fact that that Star Destroyer still got shields is going to be so problematic for them.
It's only half shield. It's only a half health on the right shield generator. We see currently looking to do some attack. See if he can clear out of the way for the Corvette, take out the defenders standing in his way. Now, actually looking to maybe it looked like he was starting to position for a run on the shield generator, not his role, but they're going to go in Looks like they were putting some
Did you
power on the
spot that?
power as well. Right shield generator down. Yep. So here comes a vehicle swap.
Yeah, with those vehicle swaps, did you notice that he wasn't aiming for the hangar opening? You can just fly up into the roof of the hole. It's something that a lot of people don't realize. You can hit the side of the hangar door easier than you can hit the roof of the thing. If you hit the roof of the thing, it'll just put you back in the hangar, you'll fly in and you'll dock perfectly. So a great top tip for those players starting out. Being able to bounce, get that hull back up to full, super important.
Power systems dropping fast here, but still standing as the morale bar's back to middle. They're gonna need. Honestly, I feel like the move for Splinter right now is get a few eliminations on the other vessels. As the morale continues to push back in the Empire's favor, if they lose this morale, it's going to be game over. Gray definitely has them between a rock and a hard place. The power system still standing on the Star Destroyer.
Yeah, D-Strict bouncing out there. I think because he was on low hull, I think he's fine. Yeah, he's come back out in the same ship. So possibly switching a component, but yeah, I really don't know which way this is going to go. I really believe them when they say that this is what happens every time.
Power destroyed, and the momentum still continues to swing, though. This is going to have to be one big defense from Splinter Squadron. They have it down to, but the rockets are starting to come in. The Star Destroyer's getting knocked down. If they're able to finish this one off, they actually might even be able to finish it out of phase. They have such a health advantage on this Star Destroyer, and they're swarming it right now. The damage continues to rain in. There's so many weak points now with the power system down. It's so low. Is that it? I think it is. No, it's good job. Prepare to tackle. The Empire goes. No, okay. They do finish it off there.
They got it.
They swapped phases right as they got the win. What a close game, though. Clean effort. Splinter Squadron yet to drop a game on stream.
Yeah. I mean, they did all their dropping in the group stage, and that seems to have been enough for them. But I think it's worth pointing out that it was Grey Squadron that picked to play Imperials, I think, in this game. So that's also that's winning against the sort of, the benefit of having picked to the side, So it's sort of like when you break somebody's serve in tennis, that's a big deal because that's an imbalance, and we want to increase that imbalance if we're competitive players. And well, I don't know how Grey Squadron are going to adapt to come back from that. But now we're going to Yavin, I think, so it's going to be a much more open situation, and it's going to be a lot harder, I think, to sort of dive into those tunnels, which I did see quite a few of the players making use of. Get that bit of cover, get those shields back up, get that shield overcharge back on. And also, just take some time to recharge your lasers, because it always feels like, I'm balancing power between shields and engines, and then I start shooting somebody and there's nothing there. So you got to balance everything. There's so much information going on. I really hope that we see this become like the first sort of, you could play without VR, but if you want to be competitive, you're going to have to play with VR.
I will just as an aside say yes. VR, a good VR headset, the game becomes so much more intuitive. You're not chasing and trying to deduce information out of an arrow that's moving around your screen. A player flies past you and you watch them. You track with them with their eyes, and you keep locked on them while you spin around to get them. It makes the game so much more fun. Much more immersive. It's wonderful, but it's definitely, I do think there is an advantage, especially with high-end headsets. Let's take a look at I believe it's the maps that we're going to be playing here. Yes, again, Yavin Prime going to be coming up here, and Splinter will be on the Empire this time around. We've already watched Splinter win on Yavin on Empire once today. We'll see if they can keep it as clean here in this second map and get revenge on Grey Squad from the group stages. Yeah,
I think that it's going to be tough, we always talk about in these kinds of competitive events, the momentum that a team has coming off a win, in a best of situation. You're coming off that win, you're like, I can close it out now, this is the moment. They just got to win one more game, man, and then they're in the finals. Can you imagine being in the finals?
Yeah. Oh,
Operation Ace Open? Come on. That's the dream. You hear that this game's coming out and you're like, oh wow, I like the idea of that. That sounds great. And then, less than 2 months or 2 months after it comes out, you're sat there competing at this level against this kind of competition. Mentality-wise, how much experience do you think these players have dealing with that?
I mean, there is not much of a scene for dogfighting esports. Like, just in
There isn't
general.
a scene. I looked.
No.
I found one video on YouTube and it was terrible.
Yeah, there's for many of the games that do this sort of thing, there's one Discord where all the players hang out and the population of the game fluctuates between like 0 and 12 or something like that, right? Many of these people may be coming from other games. Yeah, this is going to be one of the highest profile tournaments they've played in. So, and to be a single elimination bracket's pretty brutal. Do not lose. You have no room for error here, as we'll be getting into game number 2. The difference maker from game number 1, because it was a very, very close game. I think it really came in phase 2 of Gray Squadron's offense. They take out the second frigate right at the beginning. They have all this momentum. They push in, they take out both shield generators and power systems, and then lose all the dogfights right afterwards, and morale swings back the other way. It's crazy that they needed to be able to finish in that phase to be able to take that game, because the dogfighting continued to go in Splinter Squadron's way as we went over to the other side. They were never able to get the morale swung back on their favor, despite being so close for the last minute and a half of that game.
Yeah, I think that Grey Squadron underestimated how hard Splinter were going to invest into winning the game right then and there. You know, they took that phase, and you say they lost all the dogfights. I think that was simply it was quicker to do that. You know, it's quicker to die in that situation because you've achieved what you couldn't achieve, right? Like, how much more are you really going to achieve in one phase?
Don't stagger. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't stagger afterwards for sure, but I think the way Splinter stayed lasered in on what the objective was, you know, like the way you win that game is by killing the big ship at the back. It doesn't matter what the bar at the top of the screen is telling you, you know, like if it's nearly dead, stay there and kill it, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Then it's not going to come after you anymore.
Yeah, I think there's a world where, and again, like there's a lot of theory craft that can happen because we're still very early on in how this sport works. But like, there's a world where maybe leaving power systems slightly alive instead of taking it down creates a better mental edge for you. You know that the moment you push in, you're able to take out power systems and take down all the weak points and win the game very quickly. And the other team, seeing their power system still standing, quote unquote, gives them a sense of security that's not actually there. Maybe, I don't know, because there was such a bloodlust in the way that we watched Splinter Squadron fly on that third phase. There was no chance. They didn't have a chance of taking it down. So we come in. Go ahead.
They knew that there was no way that they could come back from it if they didn't do it right then and there. And that's, you know, ultimately that's what makes a great competitor, right? Recognizing when is the time to put everything on the line when it wouldn't normally make sense to do that.
We will start things off here on Yavin with Fenkar versus Cheese and the Bombers. Again, one player to note, I believe it was, oh my goodness, my brain is blank, Brunus. I believe it was Brunus. I needed to write it down. Who got 35k capital ship damage in that game number 1. We looked at Fenkar as being like, oh wow, look at him doing all of this work. And to be fair, Cheese put up the highest number, but he was alone at the top at like 53, and then you dropped to like 15 or 20-ish for his next teammate. Brunus was nearly matching Fenkar in damage there. The two of them combined, the dual threat option, giving a big part of what gave Splinter the win there.
You know, the defender might be the best at chaining dead drifts, but Jareen in that interceptor, I don't think he flew straight one time while we were looking at him.
He is just, the Dinkies here is also flying backwards the whole time, flying straight into X-Wings.
Yeah, we have a very interesting back and forth here. I love Yavin, I really do. I said to Hunted earlier, you know, it anchors the Star Wars timeline. It's the iconic moment, you know, the Death Star blowing up, the start of the tide, the rebellion. Well, in this, we don't really have anything that's quite so symbolic, right? Because if one frigate goes down, that's not the end of the world. If both go down, that could be really problematic. But we don't have that sort of one hole that we can shoot one proton torpedo into to save the day.
Yeah.
Here we have to fight it out and grind it out. And I do kind of wonder whether one day we're going to be able to do a, you know, like one death per phase kind of thing for pilots. That'd be really interesting, I think, to see how that panned out.
That'd be pretty. I feel like you almost need bigger than 5v5 for that to really work, but I'm super down for it. Let's try it.
Yeah, we will do whatever we can, right?
We will see. It was a for the first time we're seeing Splinter lose the opening phase and be on defense to start things off. See, how do they play from a leg down? Can they keep both their ships alive? We'll follow in Gray Squadron, follow their Corvette in.
Yeah, Scoutwalker here making use of the rotary cannon on the Y-wing. Look at him. He's got the squadron mask up. He's got full overshields, and he's going straight in towards some objective damage. And that's how he likes to play.
I think it was. I believe Scalpwalker was the interceptor that he was trying to chase there and wasn't able to get any damage on. That's something Scalpwalker talks about. Like he loves being that nuisance or being that distraction. Like, hey, come get me. He's almost like a snitch in Quidditch. My goodness.
He's like the bludgers. The bludgers in Quidditch. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
you know, it's distraction, right? If you can stop your opponent from doing what they want to do because they're having to deal with you instead, and your team knows that that's happening, it's very easy to leverage that advantage.
This was so clean from Splinter Squadron, already on offense.
Yeah.
Neither ship had time to have shields get taken down. We'll see how we'll watch Fenkar go to work. Fenkar switching off the bomber onto a standard tie. I'm interested to see what loadout he's flying here.
Yeah, so I think probably for the piercing torpedoes is what I would expect.
Yes, and he's also got some ion torpedoes. So
yeah,
running the objective. He's running the objective loadout for the tie.
Yeah, he's the guy who takes the wire cutters. You know.
Now watching Cheese try to get morale swung back the other way in the Y. That's his job. Concentrating on the AI farming. Both shields already down and one frigate having work done on it by this raider.
The meme beam. So much fun to look at, you know. He loves playing these objectives. He likes to prove that you can be mobile in these bigger, more sluggish ships that everybody else is less a fan of, you know. But I think that's really one of the things that I love the most about this, in a way that you maybe don't get so much of the more straightforward games, is that different roles shine at different parts of the game in a way that I don't think any other esports has really shined to me for. So it's really fun to watch. Like every time somebody dies, I'm like, are they going to spawn in the same ship? I don't know. I'm looking. I'm leaning forward. You know, I want to see.
One thing we're seeing from Brunus, I think, that is really smart, is using the three-dimensionality of the field. It's so easy to kind of just still think about it in 2 dimensions because we're so used to. But he attacking from way on high, falling down, dive bombing onto these frigates. It's just it's a dimension that you have to force yourself to think about. Your opponents, if they're not actively trying to look in that space, they'll just completely miss it. As on first assault, we will see again Splinter Squadron take down one of the frigates of Gray Squadron, and now the shield's down on both of their frigates and or their cruisers, one at half health, but still phase 2 now for Gray Squadron as they're trailing a bit.
Yeah, this is a challenging situation, I think, for Gray Squadron. I did see that Rinky swapped off the A-Wing into an X-Wing, so I don't know how significant that change was, to be perfectly honest with you, but it seems like they've got a full rack right now in terms of resources, and Fenkar, though, is, you know, like, he just is spending a lot of time doing things that the other team would like him not to be doing. That's my impression.
We are seeing, looks like the bomber player's Cheese also coming from on high.
Yeah, that's how Birds of Prey do it, you know? Like, how does the Hawk hunt? They don't do it from the same level that they're praised at, that's for sure.
Oh, those are the high level things these players are good at, on top of being masters of their aircraft, literally. It looks like, but here again, my goodness, no way, we've swapped sides again. The productivity of these interceptors immediately swinging things back in their favor, and through 2 phases now, Gray Squadron yet to take out a cruiser.
Yeah, Gray Squadron having some real trouble here, trying to push forward and sort of take this pack disadvantage. They just can't seem to find the morale, no matter what they do. We see Cheese, you know, going after these AI ships, you know, just the way they just fly along in a little cube. It's so easy to just spray the rotary cannon around them, picking them up one by one, especially when you're playing as the Republic and they don't have any shields on those TIE fighters. It's almost too
Oh, yeah.
easy, and I think he feels like enough of that has been done. Is he swapping? No, he just resupplied.
The problem is on defense, you can't use your cruisers to resupply. And also, their cruiser is short for this world. Taken out, the Raider just gets one volley onto it, and they are onto the MC-75 with both cruisers still standing. And this creates so much pressure here, Silent, because the entirety of Splinter Squadron can just fall back to their cruisers to resupply. The amount of pressure that is about to be coming out is very strong. They're letting the Raider move in by itself. They don't even need it right now. All the Raider is free morale for the other team. It's not going to be doing much of a damage. The bomber runs, the defender runs that are about to be coming out from this team, they're actually just sticking on the Ion Proton builds with their TIE fighters. No actual bombers coming out from the Empire here as they try to push back in, run straight into a wall of respawning Rebel fighter pilots as well.
Well, here's the thing, right? Is like in this situation, you've pushed them back so far that they're very tightly grouped a lot of the time. You know, the other team is in the same place. You take a bomber into that situation, the three of them are going to kill you. So when you've taken down those initial cruisers, it really compresses the battlefield. You know, and that's, I think, the hardest part to overcome that defense is that the rest of the opposing team seems to have all of the field to work with, while you're just sort of crammed into the space around your flagship while you try to figure out how to make progress. And I don't know how you make progress in this situation. This looks like it's just done. I think that maybe there's a mentality issue here. Not in like a serious way, but just in the sense that like these guys had a great day where they won a lot, and this was the first time that they came up against real opposition to sort of kind of force them into that loss in that first game. And now look at where we're at.
Well, and
they 2-0'd in the first round. So
you said that when they played in the group stage, I mean, this was an out-of-phase victory. It was such a close game. It required them kind of playing at the edges of the limits of the game to take home the victory. At this point, we're watching Splinter Cell. Spike did it again. Splinter Squadron.
You've done it every time.
Dude, it's what I think of every time that they do this. They're probably going to actually lose a frigate finally here, a light cruiser finally. But yeah, we saw in that push, they left the Raider to go, they went back and resupplied, and then they just ran back in, got both shield generators. That honestly, they're happy to die and fall back and defend the two cruisers that still stand at this point. They're gonna get a free Corvette for morale, and then just try and fend off a few fighters. There's only two kind of anywhere near the danger zone right now, so we'll see. They've got so much of a lead at this point. They can afford to play that passive role, which is how Scalp likes to play. This is a player who plays the interceptor from kind of a wait for you to move into my territory and then light you up, and rather than chase you into your territory style. And he'll be able to pick them off one by one. They do lose both cruisers without gaining much morale, so we might see things starting to swing back the other way, but they are able to pick off these fighters one by one. You see them lit up there on your screen. And the support fire from the Star Destroyer is going to help pick them off as well.
Yeah, getting marked up there is problematic for sure, because it just makes it so much easier for everybody to know where you are and how to kill you. And in this situation, you know, they've got to do so much damage right now. If he's the focusing on the objective, you know, his job is going to be extremely difficult. You see Pseudo dodging missiles, trying to dip under the shields for long enough to get some shots on that generator, but not able to do so.
Yeah,
it's just being rebuffed at every time they try to do something. It feels like Splinter Squadron are closing the door on them.
Yeah, no, it was very close, and you'll see Pseudo try to at least finish this off out of phase before getting absolutely annihilated by the artillery from the Star Destroyer. The Raider comes in, and at this point, instead of the Raider pushing in by itself this time, it's going to have a full wing following in behind him, 5 fighters coming on. It'll be 1 interceptor, 2 defenders this time around. 2 interceptors, 2 defenders, and a Reaper. So a very strong offensive lineup pushing on to this completely exposed, shieldless MC-75.
Yeah, I think this is where we call it, to be honest with you. You know, it's going to take a miracle for Grey Squadron to turn this around. They're going to have to, you know, wipe or something.
Power system's down.
It doesn't look like that's going to happen with District going out early. And I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. That's really interesting. You know, it's not often I'm in the situation where I'm commentating a game and I don't know what one team needs to do in order to beat the other. But in this situation, you know, everything's so new, it's so dramatic. These guys clearly have a way better knowledge of what's going on than I do. But a last minute bounce there from Cheese, or is
No, yeah, it looks like.
I mean, look at this.
I mean, Gray did manage to take out the Raider and also completely wipe the enemy team. So Splinter Squadron does have to reset here a bit. They have completely taken out the power systems and the shields on the Star on the MC-75. So next run will do it, but there is breathing room here. There isn't a moment of opportunity, and we saw Gray Squadron get onto the shield generators after being exposed in front of the ships. Can they actually finish them off? The right shield generator goes down, left shield generator falling. And that'll open up a lot of room for the Corvette to start putting its damage in. Does that shield generator go down? It does. You'll see those shields drop quickly as they move on to the power systems. Game's starting to get a little bit closer.
If they can pull this back, I'm going to be astonished. But that full wipe looked like it came in at just the right time. You see a couple of opportunity shots at some turrets as well, because you can destroy the turrets on the Star Destroyer and the MC-75, make it easier to fly in. Obviously, once the gun control goes down, it's much easier. But yeah, this is
just as we had said it. Just as we had said it, they managed to line them up in their sights, wipe Gray Squadron off the field of play, and they'll wipe the MC-75 as well.
Way too many weak spots on that hull. It's all over. That's all they wrote for Gray Squadron. What a fantastic day for them in the group stages, and you know, sweeping through round one, no problem. But coming up for the rematch that I was hoping we would see, and I'm so happy that I got to cast it. Look at these stats here. You know, such an even game. Everybody having to do a little bit of everything.
No, but look at Brunus. Brunus outgunning Fenkar on the capital ship damage. Brunus was the player, was kind of the key unsung hero of game number one, really backing up Fenkar when they were in a rough spot and finishing off those capital ships in that final phase. And then here actually outdoing him in damage. And then we saw Scalpwalker also up there high. Like, there were multiple threats there. Everything very well spread out, and even team effort from Gray Squadron as they were almost all breaking the 20K plus area. But my goodness, when you have players who are able to stay alive as long as those players are, and watching what Brunus did in that game, a huge difference maker, putting the team on his back. They are undefeated, Silent Echo, on stream right now.
Yeah, what a fantastic series. So happy we saw it, and well-deserved win for Splinter Squadron.
Absolutely. Well, they will move on in the bracket. When we come back, we will have semifinal number 2. Splinter Squadron wait in the finals for the conclusion of that match. We'll have it right here on stream for Operation Ace.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Operation Ace Open. It is Hunted here, welcoming in Uplink to the broadcast. He's been hanging out with us behind the scenes all day today, and man, we have had some wonderful matchups.
Oh my goodness, have we had some games?
I mean, especially that last one has been certainly wonderful, and we welcome you here to the broadcast.
It is a fantastic time. I am so pumped to be back. And Squadrons Esports, let's go look at the bracket.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at that bracket as we are moving into the second semifinal. We just watched Splinter Squadron take down Gray 2-0. We've seen all sweeps so far today, and this time it's going to be Devastator Squadron up against Skull Squadron to see who will meet Splinter in that grand final. Skull Squadron, another team that has gone undefeated throughout the day today. Unfortunately, Gray Squadron was the other one, so we can't say that anymore, that there's multiple. But Skull Squadron looking to push themselves forward, but this Aces 5 Devastator team is not going to go away lightly for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I'm super pumped to see how these teams are going to be going up against each other, especially having those clean sweeps. And like you said, those last games were clean sweeps against each other, and Splinter Squadron is just destroying it. So let's see how this goes.
Let's jump on into the map ban, or the map picks, I should say, for these players. And not a shock that we are seeing literally the exact same maps that we saw last time with Sisubo, Essels, and Yavin. Just a little bit of a mix-up here. It looks like Devastator Squad going to take Empire side for all of the games, I guess, because Gold decided to play New Republic. So we're not going to be switching sides, which is kind of a relief for the two of us. We get to kind of go forward with that. But, you know, maps, I'm honestly, I'm a little shocked that we have seen pretty much the exact same maps all day today. It seems like these teams just settled to play here.
Definitely. I mean, I'm a big fan of Yavin. Originally, I wasn't a huge fan of it, but it definitely sold me at the end. It's like the final destination in Smash Bros. It's just the even playing field. It's skill versus skill. And it's interesting to me, at least, to see those maps and how we've got those same three in just different order. It's fascinating to see what people are really interested in that competitive map, what they're looking for.
No, I could not agree more, certainly, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how things go forward with these teams. As you take a look on your screen now, here is our first look at Devastator Squadron. Again, this is an offshoot of the Aces 5 organization. They had two teams in the top 8 today. They played each other in the quarterfinals. It was Devastator who comes out on top. Here is Skull Squadron across the way in the New Republic ships. And I wonder, with your experience against some of the pilots here, Uplink, is there, do you think Skull, you know, obviously it looks like they prefer New Republic. Does that, would that check out with the pilots on that side?
Probably. It's interesting how each player base has a preferred side. I know I am definitely more of a fan of the Empire side, but there are some key advantages when you go against something like when you choose to just be rebels and you go and learn that skill base there. So yeah, I'm very interested to see that.
Well, we are just about ready to go. Let's get underway. Devastator Squadron, Skull Squadron, locked and loaded. Map number 1 going to be here on Sisubo yet again as we take a look. 2 defenders, one for Swift, one for Jester. Oh, make it 3 defenders. I didn't see Dazu in that as well. So 3 defenders, a support ship in Raven Eye, and that TIE bomber for Rando for the Devastator Squad. And a nice, healthy mix for Skull. 2 interceptors, 2 fighters, and a bomber to start things off.
What are your thoughts on the defender focus on the Empire here?
I would imagine that this has to be an early tactic to get them on the attacking half. I would imagine they want to go one-on-one with some of these A-wings. However, Raven Eye does go down early, and that could be the turning point here. No support on the field. That's going to remove some of that shielding that he's able to provide. Rando is also pretty low. Though Zaster as well. I mean, we'll see what Pilot Eric can do. Trying to chase down.
Great name.
I don't think this defender comp is working out right now for Devastator, because part of what makes the A-Wings so strong against these defenders, at least watching 1v1s and things like that between these ships, is that the A-Wings get to pick and choose where they attack into these defenders, and when you don't have an interceptor of your own to kind of counter that by attacking you first, you're almost a sitting duck, and we just saw that there. Raven Eye down again. Devastator Squadron really on the back foot right now.
Yeah, definitely. The A-Wings are such a powerful ship and so useful in something like these tournaments. Like, if you can use them well and to great effect, they can be so powerful. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing, is the differences between the defenders and the A-Wings as we see the big focus here.
Let's take a look at this first attack here for Skull. They win the dogfight in mid. Here's a nice look at Hidden Gecko, as he's got 1 HP or so left to go. Just able to escape. He's got 2 health. He does have a decent amount of shields. Gonna see if he can't get out, but
wasn't able to pull it off.
Yeah, there's the frag, and Devastator Squadron doing all they can to try to regroup here and push back. But right now, that morale bar staying pretty much in favor as we watch Geo try to chase down some of these defenders. And I'm gotta say here, Uplink, a bit surprised that we still see such good fighters in Swifty and Jester sticking with these defenders right now.
Definitely, that is surprising to me. When I used the defender, I wasn't as effective as these people were, so I led it to the wayside pretty quickly. But my goodness, are they doing a fantastic job with utilizing that? Like, I did not expect that to be the case here. They are falling back. The tides are shifting. So we'll see how they move to the defensive, if they are going to continue keeping those defenders or if they come back as different ships. Oh, we've got Lanier and the Bomber. And do we have any other changes? We still got Raven Eye with the support, so that's good to see. Still no support on the other team. Interesting to see as well.
I'm trying to think who would be the supporting player if there was one. None of those names really scream support mains to me from Skull Squadron. So not surprised to see some of the bigger ships coming out. This is quite an interesting comp. 3 fighters and 2 interceptors. It's not typical.
That's not something I normally see either, or even try to put on my side. Like, I think the last time we were together, we had a same kind of thing. We were mentioning how these teams, each one has a different way of approaching the meta of the game. Right. I'm very fascinating to see how well it plays out. Again, that support super important, but if they can make it work with this layout here with the 3 X-wings and the 2 A-wings, more power to you.
Well, the assault is still in progress here for Skull. We've gotten shields down on both now, but getting taken out. Hidden Gecko falling again. Retreating are the rest of Skull Squadron. Only Zaster and Geo really up. SSR is coming off the respawn, and everybody from Devastator looking to farm some more AIs. There they are, and back to the offensive as we are ticking down towards that 25-minute mark. We haven't really seen any games go terribly long this time around, which is a bit interesting.
They've all been so short.
Yeah, considering some of the games we've seen in the past, certainly interesting that these games have been so fast. But this, though, to me, and knock on wood, caster's curse. This seems like a matchup between two teams that it could take a little while.
Definitely. They seem very evenly matched. There isn't. I mean, we both had two in the previous matches. Splinter Squadron, while the other teams were really good teams, Splinter Squadron was able to go above and beyond and take it to the next level and finish it off so quickly. This one, it does seem like a more evenly matched pair up, which always makes it fun because you get that push and pull on both sides.
Right.
So let's see what they do here. We've got one out on Full Squadron and a full team on the Devastator Squadron.
The attack is still on. That frigate, yeah, there it goes. One does fall as we're on board with Dazu right now, looking to zone out. Here he does did effective work there. Ends up getting shut down. I think he had a couple of players on him. As right now, it's Swift who is being targeted. And hey, I mean, we watched the defenders used to good effect on offense by Splinter Squadron in the last couple of matches. And right now I'd say that, this 3 defender lineup has done that so far here, especially if they can get this secondary frigate. I don't know. I'm going to reserve my judgments until, obviously the game is over. But I mean, so far the defenders have put up work, and I know Raven Eye has been keeping himself alive a little bit longer right now as well, and that really, really does help these defenders get out of sticky situation.
100%. On the scoreboard here, we've got they're keeping their deaths lower, but compared to the other matches that we've had, they are definitely higher on the kills on each side. So I think that's what we're definitely seeing here is both sides are having a pretty even matchup on how many deaths they're taking, and that's super important. Important is how much capital ship damage you can take or give, and then how few deaths you can take while doing that. That's definitely one of the keys. And we were talking about this right before we hopped on about all of the different intricacies that you have to take into account to be effective at Squadrons. You have to be, I think it was Silent Echo that said this, the productivity. You have to have the productivity in Squadrons esports. And you have to be constantly doing something. If you see a ship, you have to attack that ship. Maybe it's an AI as you're flying to deal some capital ship damage. And if you do that, be an AI, take a couple shots, you may not get them, but it could be valuable if the support flying behind you, if they take that shot and get that AI kill.
Well, speaking of support, Raven Eye is being chased down, though he's not in that typical support ship. He did switch out for a TIE fighter. Still the 3 defenders remain, and they're still on the attack right now, though morale not entirely in their favor. Unfortunately, I don't have the TAC map open on my side right now. I'm not sure what the subsystems look like for these ships right here, but a decent attack for Devastator Squadron, especially with both of these cruisers up. Though, shields are gone. This is going to have to be a pretty good attack here for Skull because there's not a whole lot of room for error.
Yeah. So I pulled up the TAC map here, and the left shield generator has taken pretty decent damage for the MC-75. Right shield generator, while it did take some damage, it wasn't as bad. But they did deal some good damage in that. We're going to see how they utilize this attack run. It's right here where we need to start seeing the damage for the Skull Squadron.
Now, do you think with the shield generators being damaged, as you mentioned, if Skull are able to squeak out a couple of, or both of these cruisers, right? Let's say they take down both of them. Do we see them focusing the power systems first? Or do they play, the standard meta where you're going to shut down the shields? Ultimately, I wonder that to open up some more hull damage to try to steal a win on this attack instead of having to play another.
They're definitely going to have to play it strategically. Like you said, that the main meta is very tried and true, but maybe they do start switching things up, because I think they're going to have to be getting creative to be able to. They've already taken some damage to those shield generators. They have to start switching things up, because this is a very important part of the battle here.
They need to keep themselves on offense already. It's going so far in favor of Devastator. If this switches over, this could be the end of the game. There it is.
Yep.
Devastator Squadron with a stalwart defense. And
they're
now
going to have to push that defense so hard here if they want to continue. And even if they do have a super strong defense, that's still, they have a lot to get back, even if they do get on that attack.
this MC-75, it's exposed now, and Devastator closing in. Geo unfortunately can't get back to the ship. Looks like, well, actually, I think he was able to get in there. Okay, yeah, I think everybody able to get resupplied. So this should be a pretty good hold here, at least start to a defensive here from Skull. They're able to get their loadouts. We're watching Jester as he is going to joust there with Zaster. As now Raveneye has that shield generator in his sights, looking to do some damage. But, I mean, that shield already just about gone. There it is. It's gone.
Yep.
MC-75, hull exposed. Can Devastator close out map 1?
I know, like we were saying, it was a pretty even matchup, and we were going to see a longer game, but I don't know if we're still going to see that. They were able to pull it so quickly into the opposite direction than we thought it was going to be.
After that first engagement, I thought Devastator was going to have to play from behind for most of this game.
Shield generator is left and right shield generators are destroyed. Ooh, that is a rough spot for the Skull Squadron to be in. Now they're starting to get the power systems. Oh.
For anybody who may be new to Squadrons, as the power system goes down as well, those shield generators, when the sides are flipped, they regenerate, obviously, the shield on that MC-75. If you take out both of them, there will be no shields come next time, assuming you took the initial shields out already. And with those power, as you can see right here, as we're on with Raveneye, he's shooting that hull, that spacing in that hull, that's generated by taking out those power systems as well. So important targets to take down, as it allows you, obviously, to continue the fight. Though the defense able to hold strong, but I've got to imagine, again, unfortunately I can't open the TAC map, but I've got to imagine that MC-75 on its last legs, and Skull Squadron might have to play even more defense, just zoning people out from trying to end this one.
So I just pulled up the TAC map, and for reference to those watching at home, the Star Destroyer is completely safe on the Devastator Squadron side. Targeting is completely full on the MC-75, though the left, right, and right shield generators, as well as the power systems, are down for the MC-75. So if they want to win, which I don't think they can, they have to take it all out in this round, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to do that.
And not to mention, again, that that you can still get hull damage off on the other side. Granted, it's much more difficult. Those lasers will burn you down quite quickly. But, you know, it looks like from that TAC map that we had pulled up on broadcast, that Skull Squadron's keeping one player at home, just trying to deflect any kind of last-minute dives here from Devastator. But they are going to put on some decent damage here. We're on board with Sasters. He's going to try to take down the shield gen. That will fall in. That's an important piece of the puzzle. Nice. But the attack switches sides. That's going to be huge. As let's take a look. Devastator Squadron, just about 20% or so, maybe a little bit more, 25% or so left on that MC-75. This very well could be the end of map 1.
As Skull Squadron, what can you do in this location? Like, what can you do in this situation? I don't know what. Like, you have to knock out the entire Devastator Squadron and keep that AI away. You have to have such a strong offense as defense here.
You have to shoot ships and don't get shot by other ships.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of how it comes down to it. But looking at the MC-75, it is heavily under fire Will this be enough? Rando, oh, he gets taken out, but I think that'll just about do it. There it is. Devastator Squadron take map 1. It was a bit closer than some of the other maps we've seen today, but after the lead they took, they never looked back, and they're 1 map away from a date in the grand finals.
Rando with 42 AI kills. Like, that is how you become an effective Squadrons player. 42 AI kills and then 48,000 capital ship damage with another with 46,000. Like, that is a good match there. I have a question for you. We've seen they were very effective with the defenders. Why no B-Wing?
That's a good point. And you know, you go back to what Silent Echo kind of talked about in the previous matchup, as well as that, you know, if we see a large number of defenders, there's likely going to be a B-Wing because it kind of hard counters that defender with the Ion. But we didn't see that. And, you know, you kind of stole my thunder a little bit there. I think I was going to ask you that question, is why didn't we see any B-Wing counter picks? And I agree with you. Now, Skull Squadron, again, they seem like a team who wants to be on New Republic. Perhaps they have a game plan that didn't necessarily work in that game. Maybe Devastator Squadron, you know, with the meta, how new it is and how new these teams are to one another, I have a feeling that, you know, some weird metagaming is happening between these teams, and like Devastator played Skull or Dre or whomever earlier on, and they didn't show all of their strategies, and now they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna go 3 defenders every time and you're not gonna do anything about it.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I think Skull needs to make a change, and I think that you're right with that B-Wing could be you know, it's potential. I just want to see it. Maybe you know, maybe they just don't have anybody who's confident in that shit.
I know personally, I definitely still prefer the Y-Wing. It's the real problem with the B-Wing is it's basically a flying shed.
Yeah.
So
true.
you have to utilize it to its strengths, which is that brute force. But if you have a lot of very fast ships on the opposite side, you can struggle with it. So I hope with this next game we see Skull Squadron with at least 1 B-Wing. I would love to see someone try it at least. I mean, we've got the effectiveness with the defender, but like, come on guys, it's a new ship. Try it out. Let's see. But
I would certainly love to see that as well. We're heading on in to Essels here for map number 2. If necessary, Yavin awaits on the horizon between these two teams. And yeah, you're right. I think the maneuverability, obviously, of the defenders is kind of the biggest thing that makes them tough to kill, and it sort of takes away some of the options you have to play point defense. And now I'm going to make a suggestion, and I don't know if this would necessarily be a smart suggestion. It's just kind of something that I'm just trying to solve this game if I was in the shoes of the New Republic. But you know, what about turrets? You know, utilizing turrets a little bit more for that sustained damage to try to force the defenders to take engagements they might not necessarily want, or retreat from positions they're holding.
Yeah, that would be a good strategy. I don't know. Like, again, like with these new ships, I think we're still figuring out kind of where the places are in those matchups. We saw Skull Squadron with a very offensive focus with the 3 X-Wings and the 2 A-Wings. I don't know. I hope that they try to mix it up a little bit. Maybe that's their problem. I hope that they come back, they switch up, they come with a new strategy, and they're able to push forward, and we get another matchup. I mean, it's fantastic to see the skill with these teams going clean sweeps with how these games have been going. But come on, guys, we can't have like 2 clean sweep teams the entire game. Like, I want to see some back and forth here.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Devastator Squadron, they come into this one, if you look at the standings of the group stage, they come into this one as kind of the underdog team. Again, Skull Squadron hasn't lost a game so far today, and they're 1 map away from seeing their tournament lives end in the semifinals. So we're here on Essels. It's a big map, a lot obviously to play around. It's a little bit different than Sisubo and Yavin in that regard, so I'm not quite sure which team picked this map. I want to say this was a Devastator Squadron pick, but
I think it was Skull Squadron, right? Wasn't it Devastator, Skull Squadron, and then Devastator? Is that how it went?
I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to take a look at that again. Either way, it is going to pose a different challenge.
Oh, definitely. The gameplay that you have to switch up for this match with this map it's different from all of the other ones because you have such a wide berth of space in that central area where you have a lot of open areas, but you can weave in and out of it. So
right.
I don't know. We'll see if they can, if it was Skull Squadron, what their plan is, if they can actually, they're on their map, they're on their team. Is this where their strategy comes into play, or will they be able to bring it back from that loss? Because I don't know if they had the clean sweeps the rest of the tournament so far. Are they like, oh my gosh, we just lost, what are we gonna do?
Yeah,
I think that strong offense from Devastator is going to be very important here.
Well, they will have the first attack, Devastator squad in the Empire ships. As we are on board with SSR right now, playing a little bit of defense. 2 bombers, I believe pilot error was in one as well. It could have been Geo. I don't think so. I think Geo is pretty
strong on that A-wing.
an interceptor player. So, but the bombers coming out, still no support.
Yeah,
just always have to point that out. I'm one of those people that still think the support is such a necessary figure in these matchups. But
yeah, if you have if you're playing Squadrons and you have a team together, appreciate your support players, guys. But on Devastator, we have let's see here, 3 defenders, a support, and a tie. Like that's fascinating to me to see that strategy.
Well, didn't do too much there on the attack. The Skull Squadron able to flip it quite quickly, and now we'll see them regroup. SSR looks like he may be changing ships. We'll swap over to that interceptor. So there goes one of the bombers. Zaster also going to get restocked, and another potential loadout switch. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, here come the fighters, and not surprised when on offense. It's kind of interesting, but against these defenders, those bombers are just they're such easy targets, especially with ion weapons, things like that. That those defenders, they're kind of like bomber, or I'm sorry, not defenders. The X-wings, the fighters are kind of like bomber lights, but with a bit more maneuverability.
Yeah, definitely. You can beef up those X-wings to be basically more maneuverable bombers there. Like you can with the right attachments, you can be super effective. Just depending on how you want to approach the game. And we also have Rando Lanier as a bomber on the other side. So we switch up there as they move to defensive. Devastator's doing a really good job of pushing back the Skull Squadron here as they go to attack.
That was another great defense. I mean, they did get some decent damage. We'll say that. I think one of the cruisers is about half hull. So, I mean, pretty even attacks on either side, though. I do think Skull Squadron might be in a bit of a better position, especially if they can come off the respawn as a unit. Right now, we're watching Hidden Gecko try to get away. He's going to have to try to regroup with his allies here, but I do kind of want to take a look at one of these, either Swifty or Jester. Yeah, here we are on board with Jester now. I want to see what the approach is right here against these frigates. It looks like Jester's going to play the role of zoning and trying to keep SSR off these AI targets, which is smart. I wonder who of the group is going to be focusing down those assault frigates. I mean, it could very well be Raveneye in this situation, funny enough, in that support.
Yeah. What are they going to do here? We've got Swift out of the action here. We've got 2 off on the Skull Squadron side. What are they going to do? Doing some decent damage. Like they're utilizing that run to great effect here. I think they're doing a little more damage than Skull Squadron did last attack phase. Are they focusing on one trying to take it down, or are they splitting their defenses or offensives here?
To me, I think with Swift going down, I think it kind of broke up that attack a little bit. As you can see, yeah, they're starting to retreat. Swift now coming back into the fight here, trying to get some rockets down on Hidden Gecko. I liked the idea that we saw. We've seen Zaster get a little bit targeted by these defenders again. It's that bomber versus defender matchup. The defenders are very much more maneuverable, but at the same time, Zaster's going to be doing a ton of AI damage, so it's important to get him off the field as well. So, yeah, I mean, pretty good attack here from Devastator. They've got all of the shields gone for both frigates. Frigate A, very, very low, as we are on board with Pilot Error trying to shut down these incoming attackers. But I think it's just the, you know, it's been relatively even as far as kills go. As I say that, some AI, or I'm sorry, I think that was the Corvette that went down there. But the AI kills have not been coming out from Skull Squadron, and and Devastator's taking full advantage of it right now.
Definitely. They aren't using the bomber to the greatest effect there against taking down the AI. I think, too, one of the things is they've been targeting them so hardcore, trying to stop them from doing so. So they're doing a good job on that. Skull Squadron's starting to build up a defense there. I
mean, it forced the switch from SSR again. I don't see what the advantage is of playing a Y-wing into 3 defenders.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they have an angle that I'm not seeing, but right now they are on the back foot quite heavily. The MC-75 is exposed. They did take out Dazu. That's a good
that was
good
a great run for Devastator there. Yeah.
But I mean, Devastator now going to fall back, and I mean, all you've got to do is defend and try to load up once more.
Yeah, they're in a good spot too, because they've still got the shields on C with full health, and D, well, D is definitely in a hurting situation. It's about 55% health, no shields, so I think D could be taken down pretty quickly there. But yeah, defense here is definitely going to be key for Devastator Squadron. Will Skull be able to deal a ton of damage? I'm not sure. They did switch back to their attack layout here with the 3 X-Wings and the 2 A-Wings.
Well, one thing I did notice, sorry to cut you off there, one thing I did notice, while Skull was getting regrouped, it took them a little while to get everybody ready, and Devastator was just laying into that Corvette. And that I think the Corvette's already gone. Yeah, I think it's done. One of the cruisers does go down, but you know, you talk about morale, though they are able to keep it pretty heavily in favor of the Republic side, but that Corvette soaks up a lot of damage, and if you let it go for free, it can really hurt your attack, though they're making the most of it here.
Yeah, it's also a good target, even if, like, you aren't able to, it's not dealing a lot of damage, but it could possibly have Devastator Squadron occupied at least. That's where I see it for the Skull Squadron, but they didn't even have that. It didn't even get really close enough for them to be able to utilize it to that effect. So they're doing some damage on C. Pretty even, surprisingly so.
This attack is huge, and we don't see any bombers. We're as you mentioned, we're back to that 3-2 setup fighters to interceptors right now. There goes SSR after getting shelled by what I would assume is one of the 3 defenders that still patrol the skies, but they didn't take down the cruiser. One cruiser still lives. They do end up getting it. Okay, they get it.
Okay.
On
That's
the opposite side. There. So that, you're right, that is absolutely a huge piece. And now, you know, with the MC-75 pretty much at full health, obviously Devastator gets the first crack at it, which is, you know, always going to be an advantage, but we're pretty much back to even here.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job of evening the playing field. Like, I didn't think that they would be able to do all that they did, but they were able to bring it back and level it all back to a good location here.
Look at that. Nice picture-in-picture there for you.
That's beautiful.
Little tack map there on the bottom, and yeah, you can start to see the swarm coming in, though. Might be a couple of players overcommitting here from Devastator. Actually, could be trying to find the Distractus. Here comes the rest of the unit. Hidden Gecko in a bit of a tough spot. He's going to try to fly this one away, drawing the attention of Swift, which keeps him off that MC-75, though the shields are pretty much gone. Zaster falls in the wake of that as well. Nobody down yet for Devastator. Rando's probably on his way back to his ship, though, as now Swift doing a lot of damage, and this MC-75 in a lot of trouble. I don't think they've gotten the shield generators yet, but the shields are gone. The hull is taking damage. Devastator looking to punch their ticket to the grand finals.
Left shield generator is so close to being destroyed. Oh, there it goes. Oh my goodness, that was such a powerful run there. That right there is a sign of a very effective team. Like they all came together and were able to deal a lot of damage really quickly.
We're on board here with Rando as the right shield generator goes down as well. No more shields for the MC-75. However, the supporting Corvette does eventually fall.
I think we're going to see a shift here really quickly. Yep, there we go. Gold Squadron, this is their moment. I think if they want to finish this off, they have to go now.
Power out too. Power is gone as well with his dying breath, but everybody's dead from Devastator. This could be huge right now.
They need to go team up and do as much damage as they can while they are still respawning.
And they need to find kills off the spawn, but they're using this time. As you look at that tack map, you can see the MC-75. The only thing it has left is that targeting as we get the picture-in-picture of the picture. That was cool. That was like extra tack map, man. But you can see already the assault on that Corvette is starting with a Star Destroyer now. And I mean, this is so close. Skull Squadron still in this game. They need to do a lot of damage. Pilot error is down.
They'll do it.
But the shield generators are going to come under fire here first. Zaster's actually going to have to turn off. He didn't quite get the angle he wanted there, I'm sure. Swift going to be in his targets. I'm assuming that's the player who was shooting at him there. As this pilot is going to be pilot error coming from below. Couple of nice bombs. And there it goes. One shield generator gone. But look at how fast this morale is switching. Everybody's going down from Skull. Devastator. Can they fend off this attack? It would be huge if this other shield generator doesn't fall.
Pilot Air is doing a fantastic job of bobbing and weaving and being very effective until his end, obviously. But Zaster going in, going back to the MC-75 as they prepare to defend. Ooh, that was... They started off strong. They did a really good job of starting off strong, doing some quick damage, taking out one shield generator, but my goodness, were they not able to take it to full effect there as they are going back to the defensive. Oh, there goes SSR. Two out of the field. Pilot error trying to go back.
And this this looks like this is going to be it. It looks like Devastator has done it here. They are going to sweep Skull Squadron. The MC-75, nothing it can do on its last legs. Every system is down. The Raider is unloading on it as well. Devastator Squadron going to knock out Skull in the semifinals, and we won't have an undefeated team today. My goodness, well played. Another 2-0 series, and it's Aces 5 through to the finals.
That was sticking in the knife, and then that Raider coming up was twisting it. That was beautiful to see if you were rooting for Devastation Squadron. If you're rooting for Skull, that was not good to see. But yeah, I'm fantastic. Goodness gracious, did they do a fantastic job at pulling it around. especially with Skull Squadron being undefeated up until this point. And we won't be seeing two undefeateds go against each other. We see some of that battle there, and these finals will be really fun to watch. What are your thoughts overall?
I'm so looking forward to it. Splinter Squadron versus Devastator Squadron in that grand final. I mean, both of the semifinals were extremely exciting. I was kind of hoping we would get to Yavin in that matchup, but you know, with how well both of these teams have been playing and kind of how the metas that they've been playing today, we'll see them clash here in a little bit. I don't know, man. I'm hopeful. I'm really hopeful that we see 3 maps to decide things today.
I was really hoping for that final Yavin. I think that would have been super fun to see, but we didn't get there in the end.
It's unfortunate, but that is going to do it for our semifinals. We have one more matchup, the ultimate match here in the Operation Ace Open. Splinter Squadron and Devastator Squadron battle it out in the grand finals. We'll be back in just a minute.
Boy, we are back and moments away from getting to our finals. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by Jeff Lowe, Hunted Cast on Twitter. Go follow this wonderful man. And it's been a quite a day of action we've had so far, Jeff. I'm like that last match. It's interesting. It was the closest match we've had so far today, but I'm worried about both these teams going up. For either of these teams going up against Splinter, it didn't really matter to me. Devastator going up against Splinter to me is almost the same as Skull.
Yeah, Splinter. Splinter looked really good today. I have a feeling that Devastator might give them some problems just with what we saw and knowing some of the pilots on Devastator squad. But yeah, you're right. I think if there's a team to beat, it's got to be Splinter in this one.
It is, but I mean, and it's these were the first 2 games we've had go to a stage 4 on broadcast, because I mean, Splinter doesn't believe in stage 4. They literally ended it in three phases every single time here. Both teams kind of having like neutral middle phases or phase 1s where they weren't quite able to get through anything. But wonderful work done from both sides, and we do now, as we are looking forward to those finals, have a kind of defined meta here. We have both teams with 1 support player, 1 bomber player, 1 what I'm going to call an objective fighter player. He's the player who I think is running the torpedoes and is prioritizing the objectives, but is still running an X-Wing or a TIE fighter, and then your interceptor players. So it's going to be really fun to kind of watch 2 teams running the same play style, see which team is executing better.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams want to play Empire side as well, and unfortunately, you can't play Empire in every game. We don't get Empire versus Empire matchups. Imagine if we could have that, but. I still think that there are flyers on both sides, especially the interceptor players, who are good enough on either side that I don't think it'll come down to side. I think it's going to come down to pure skill to win this one.
It is going to be a battle of wits in the non-air. I guess they're flying in space. There's no atmosphere. Let's take a look at the brackets so far. After we've gone through today, it's been a single elimination, and it's been 2-0s all day. Do we finally get a game 3? I got my fingers crossed that'll happen here in our grand finals. Splinter versus Devastator. Devastator made their way through Akbar's Angels and Skull Squadron to get here, while Splinter took down Shrapnel and Gray. Some exciting matches from both sides. Definitely go back and watch the Splinter matches if you want to watch a masterclass in how to effectively play through this game to keep your objectives in line. And if there was kind of like a difference that I witnessed in the 2 games, is Splinter's ability to, once they're through the cruisers or once they're through the frigates, to get straight onto the shield generators. I don't think there was a single phase where they didn't take out the final frigate and get on at least 1 shield generator in that same split. The question to me, though, is like, we're still learning how to watch this game, and there's a lot of things that happen in this match. There's a possibility that Skull versus Devastator was a lot more skill-based than I realized it, and the chaos in the midfield was actually making it seem like, oh, these teams aren't as good at getting on the back line. And there's that's the thing I'm putting my hat on for Devastator's chance against Splinter, is that I'm just misreading how good both those teams were because they were so evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could be a supercomputer, man, and I wish I could like watch every angle of all the games, but even forcing a player to disengage from the rest of his unit can completely change the tide of one battle, and it's so hard to know which play that is. How it's one rocket can make a difference in a fight, and with 100 rockets going off every second, you never know which one's going to make that difference. So you're right, but I think ultimately it comes down to a lot of team-based play, and it's not a surprise that both of these teams, Splinter and Devastator, they've been playing with each other for so very long. They know each other's play styles in and out. It's not a surprise to see them both in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the fact that we have custom lobbies in this game after we weren't expecting to get anything, I'm grateful for what we have, but like this game could benefit so much from a replay system, right? To be able to go back and like actually dig down what actually happened in this fight. How did they actually get through that front line and stuff like that? Because there's so much to dissect. It's a beautiful game in that way. One of the other things that makes this game beautiful is the players and the way that they play. We're giving out some accolades across the course of today. Let's take a look at those bounties and see who's leading right now in those stats. When it comes to Baron, this is is total kill. It says total kills, but it's kills per game. So right now, Swift and Jester on Devastator Squad both tied at 8.3 with Geo behind them in third. And you actually have to go all the way down to 5th place before you get anybody from Splinter Squad. Scalp right there at 6.3, but still a close game. And the fact that we've got the top guys going up against that 5th place spot, we might see it swap here. So we go take a look at Survivalist, who is dying the least right now. Brandon on Shrapnel. It's going to be hard to beat that. He's only died once. He only died once per game in the games he played today. So congratulations, Brandon. You're probably taking that one home, but we'll see what happens here with mainly Jester there in 3rd place, who's still playing in our grand finals. Moving on, we have 2 more accolades to take a look at here. The Wingman gonna be over on Splinter side. Nop, the support player, gonna be at 8.3 right now. You'd expect the supports to be doing a lot of effort, but Raven, the counter support player in this match, would love an opportunity to take that one away from him. He's gonna have to double it though here in the finals. That's gonna be quite the task. Nop definitely putting that one up there. And last but not least, this is our wrecker, the player who is doing the most damage, and that is actually from the Crate Scientist right now, Starslinger, averaging 58,000 damage around. Devastator and Splinter, though, up in the 50s there. We'll see if either of them can pull their averages up here. Some interesting numbers here for our bounties as we move into the finals.
You know, and it's funny that we see Nop #1 in assists, but you've got players like Swift topping the kills because it's the way that they play. Nop is very involved with the fighting, and you see him get a lot of assists. He doesn't. I don't think he hardly ever really gets any kills because it's, you know, typically somebody like Scalp cleaning him up. But Raven Eye is more of a support player who is more sort of more floaty, if you will. Like he likes to roam around the map. He likes to do capital ship damage, things like that. Less dog fighting, but still supporting. And it's just, I love the stats. It kind of, you know, just kind of reaffirms how those types of play styles work out.
Yeah, they do indicate play styles there, and I'm excited to see those play styles clash in our grand finals. That'll be coming up here in just a moment, giving the players a little bit of time to like cool down, make sure they do one last system check, make sure all the ailerons are working and stuff. So Splinter Squadron versus Devastator Squadron, our grand finals for Operation Ace, will be coming to you right after this quick break. We are back. Grand Finals just around the corner. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by Hunted, and we've got Splinter Squadron, not Splinter Cell. Splinter Squadron up against Devastator Squadron. Here's my question to you, Hunted. If you had to name a squadron, what would your squadron be named?
Yeah, that's tough. Wow. Kind of hit me off the bat with that one. I wanted to make the joke that this team's been so lethal, you might as well call them Splinter Cell, with how they just are absolutely devastating all of these teams.
Yeah.
And then, Devastator Squadron. That's like the puns write themselves. Wait.
But they've been devastating, but they're going up against the Devastators. What's going to happen? Let's take a look at the bracket, how we got here after a wonderful day. Well, this is the map draft, excuse me here. We'll have Sisubo going up map number 1. We've seen a lot of Sisubo and Yavin Prime have been the two primary ones. I personally really hope, pretty pleased we get to game 3, because Foster Haven's pretty cool. I want to watch this weird, like, asymmetrical cruisers and frigates over to one side style map. Should be kind of a fun game to watch the pros play. But we got to get, somehow, Devastator's got to take a map off of Splinter. We haven't seen it happen on screen today. Also, chat, what do you think? What would you name your squadron? I name my squadron Duct Tape, because it has a light side and a dark side, and it holds the universe together.
How long were you saving that? How long?
You can just get out, all right? I'm not having the puns up in here. This is a serious esport, okay? My squadron would be called Cobra Squadron. Pure
Cobra
and simple.
Squadron.
We're cool. We're snakes. We got big hoods and fangs, okay? Well, we're gonna poison you. No, Duct Tape Squadron. I'm
Duct Tape
disappointed.
Squadron. That's awesome.
That's pretty good. That's good stuff. All right, Grand Finals about to be underway. You can see the players getting all suited up and into their fighters. And again, it has been pretty consistent with these teams. One support player, one bomber player, 2 interceptor players, and then kind of a flex player. We'll have Raven versus Nop in the support roles. Rando versus Fenkar in the bombers. And then I believe it's going to be Swift and Brunus, kind of our flex players. Dazu Jester going to go up against Jareen and Scout in the interceptors. I might have those last few mixed up a little bit, but it should be pretty cool nonetheless. Going to be our last game on Sisubo. Chat, give me a yes exclamation point in chat if you think Devastator is going to take this one down. I want to see if we got any Devastator fans, because my goodness, they've got an uphill battle here, but they might surprise us, and I would love to see it. This will be a lot of fun. You name your squadron the Spice Whales. That's at least better than Duck. I like Spice Whale. Spice Whale Squadron. That's a good one.
Well, you know, it's funny that we're playing on this map again, and we've played Sisubo, we've played Yavin. It's honestly, Yavin was not a map that I expected us to play a lot today, and we've played it in literally every matchup so far.
Yeah,
but I like the fact that the teams are actually picking these maps that are relatively open, because, you know, we kind of talked about it earlier that these, you know, some of these maps have huge, you know, like the Deering Dockyards. It's just you can't fly anywhere without running into something. But you know, these teams are opting for larger open maps, and I think that's because they want to rely more on their piloting abilities and less on trying to take advantage of map terrain, which is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how this one goes, as we've got the players clashing in the midfield and some early openings, like both players managing to take out Raiders early on, or take out the Raider and Corvette. Early advantage for Splinter playing the Empire, and they will take the opening round. I believe they have only lost the opening round one time today.
Yeah, that was pretty gross stuff that we just watched there. Devastator not ready for that assault from Splinter Squadron. It doesn't look like they're going to change things up. They're going to keep this 2 interceptor, 2 fighter, 1 support lineup here on this initial attack. I don't blame them. Didn't really lose too many resources. Didn't look like they had to fight too much there, as we did watch Swift just go down. My goodness, the focus fire has been key right now for Splinter.
Jareen making quick work of a few players here, but the interceptor's getting A little bit more than they can chew. Both Jareen and Scalp being put through their paces. Scalp being respawned and Jareen having to fall quickly back here. So this one, the morale pretty even, dead center of the bar, and neither team with much of an advantage. The Raider is currently on the frigates, but it's still just trying to work through those shields. And if we see Devastator flip this one back, it'll be one of the first times we've seen Splinter not get a frigate in map number 1.
Yep, there they go.
Phase number 1, yeah, there they go. They do it successfully. Well done.
So, you know, I wanted to make this point before, and it never really got brought up, but I think one of the big differences that Splinter's going to have to try to overcome here, because, I mean, we watched Scalpwalker and Jareen kind of control battles all throughout in their previous matchups. Yeah, Brunus and Fencar, a lot of damage, but that was because the space was given to them by Scalp and Jareen. When you look at Devastator Squadron and you look at players like Swift and Dazu, I put them, if you had the two of them fight off against Scalp and Jareen, I think Devastator wins that fight. And that's going to be the biggest thing that Splinter Squadron is going to have to deal with. Scalp and Jareen have to stay alive, which puts a lot of pressure on Nop now to be that assisting support. And if Swift can pull a couple of maneuvers, I wouldn't be surprised if Splinter falls on the back foot.
We'll see. As already shields down on one of our light cruisers here for Splinter Squadron. Quick work from Devastator. And they finish off the Sea Assault Cruiser. More damage on it. The Corvette also opened up with the shields down. It'll be able to put its work on it. Now appearing as the B cruiser, as we see this from the Empire side. And the Corvette not getting a lot of attention here. Looks like maybe they're starting to come in behind it to try and take it out. But about half health on the cruiser. Corvette still standing.
You know, just one of these times I want to see the AI Corvette pilot just kamikaze it into one of these ships. So we're going to die here anyway.
We saw it
Down to
earlier,
the blaze of
actually,
glory.
the pilot make a mistake or something and bump into, he kind of like clipped on one of the cruisers and kind of like fell over the top of it and then righted himself on the other side. But Swift getting a little bit of uncontested action before the turrets were able to find him as he slowed down. And we will see them flip sides, though. Neither cruiser all the way down. We'll get to see Splinter now try their hand at offense again. And we'll have a neutral round 1. Splinter definitely finding their hands full with Devastator.
Yeah, this is a really good matchup. Obviously, you know, nobody able to get any frigates. The shields are down here for Splinter, and it looks like now they're feeling a little bit of that pressure, and here comes a couple of those defenders. Brunus and Fencar both in those. Not a surprise seeing how they were able to use them last time, but Nop under a lot of pressure goes down. And again, Swift is going to sniff out those kills. Nop's going to have a big game here as Brunus and Fencar are getting to work here on these assault frigates, but I think the collapse is inbound now as that support is gone and these defenders are going to have to be pushed away.
Now the defenders can be falling back. The Raider's still alive. And the A frigate nearly down. We'll finally see Splinter get to work and make some progress. But they actually have to fall all the way back as they get wiped for a moment. And then the Raider taken down. A super weak here. As they push him for a second phase again, it's nearly on the side of Devastator. Morale bar swinging far. Oh, they get some important frags.
Oh.
Give themselves a little bit of space, and the A will go down. Now, not a fruitless second phase here for Splinter as they get the first one, and now turn their attention on to B as the health bar starts to drop. They might get both frigates here in the second phase.
That would be important, but it doesn't quite work. I think we're going to see Fencar stick around and maybe try to find some more damage. He is still here, but a scalp falls. Stop going to follow. Wow, a very close game, and now it's Devastator who's got some pretty good cruiser damage. I don't know. I don't know how to call this one right now, Wave. I want to see how this next assault plays out here for Devastator Squad. I know Rando has really liked that fighter. He's been one of the players to track today as far as capital ship damage goes. So let's keep a close eye on him, see what Splinter Squadron can do to keep him off these cruisers.
Splinter Squadron getting hit pretty hard for a moment, and honestly, what we're seeing from the Devastator side of things,
wow.
they're pushing across together as they do get one light cruiser down, and the Corvette is on to the other cruiser. They split up pretty heavily as they pushed in, and usually, yeah, I would think that you want to make a concerted push all together. It's the strat we've seen work time and time again today, but they do manage to split time on the differing health levels, send a few players over to finish off one cruiser, and then leave the Corvette and the other players to work on the more healthy cruiser. So they've gotten through one health bar, though, or morale bar, starting to swing back in favor of the Empire as frags come through and the bombers doing work on the AI farming. They can take out this Corvette or relieve a lot of pressure. They might be able to keep one of their cruisers for their next stage of offense. Just keeping that forward resupply station so important for extended pressure.
Yeah, that cruiser still needs to go down. It's still up, I believe.
It is.
So if they can take that down, that's the attack done here.
And that's it.
The big problem.
Oh,
actually, some damage being done to.
There it goes.
It does eventually fall. I think that cruiser will die. It should. It's on 1 HP.
It does. It does. It will fall.
But,
it said? Oh, it does. Did it not? It did, and then it didn't. It was weird that the health bar disappeared for a second. I think it was saying fall back to defend. Lol.
Well, it looked the big problem with that push for me from Devastator was they got staggered a little bit. I think it was Dazu who went down first, and then Swifty kind of got caught out a little bit. Jester tried to help him out, and he got staggered a couple of seconds afterwards. And you know, they got some good damage. Obviously, they took down one of those cruisers, but they could have gotten a lot more if you know they didn't unfortunately spawn and have you know 4v5s or 3v5s across the map there.
Oh, and Splinter does take down the second frigate, leaving them the MC-75, a decently healthy raider in tow, but a few of the players dropping here. Scalp, the key one there, as well as Nop, the support and the lead. Oh my goodness, the word is escaping me right now. Interceptor, thank you. Going to be down for that push. So they're actually going to abandon this raider, which will drop before it makes its way to the MC-75. So we'll see if they can push together without the support of the raider. But this is the key for me. Can they take down shield generators on this first push? They've done it every single time they've had an opportunity at an MC-75 or at the enemy's capital ship. They've got at least one shield generator on this first push, and here they go in onto the left side, trying to get as much damage as they possibly can in at once. And they do some significant damage, half damage to the left shield generator there, but not able to finish it off. They swap sides, and here comes the Corvette.
Yep, and there it goes. And that MC-75, there's definitely talk about, you know, the differences between the Star Destroyer and the MC-75. Some players feel that it's easier to take down the shield generators from that Republic MC-75. And, you know, be it as it may, it was a good defense there from Devastator Squadron. And I'm looking at the scoreboard. Rando from this Devastator team, who we called out as the player that is going to be doing capital ship damage in that fighter wave, he's almost nearly at 50k, and they haven't even started assaulting this Star Destroyer.
That means he's been doing all the work by himself. Him and the Corvette have been alone on those two front frigates. But right now, they're doing a decent job pushing on to. They got a nice positioning here on the left-hand flank as the Corvette comes in. But we're not seeing the same sort of concerted, all three of us pushing onto one of the shield generators at the same time. But my goodness, one of the players being left alone here as he just goes up on this. He's only getting shot at by the rest of the by the capital ship itself. Jester getting onto these shield generators just by himself, bringing a lot of damage. Both the shield generators at half health right now, and still finally a player finds him. It might be Scalp who's going to try and hunt him and chase him off of these shield generators. He does get the kill.
Wow.
But here comes their backup. Dazu now onto the shield generators again, uncontested. They'll get the kills. They'll have to fall back. Neither team able to get shield generators down here in phase 3.
No shield generator kills, but you know, just looking at the attack map, I guess you could technically call Devastator in the lead. They've done a little bit more damage to both shield generators, but with them being on defense, of course, Splinter Squadron now has this Raider as we're watching the Raider cam.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very close game. I think that, you know, again, knock on wood, caster's curse, whatever, but this has been the closest matchup we've seen so far, and I've really got to hand it to both RavenEye and Nop for, you know, I'm looking at the scoreboard. They obviously have been focused down pretty hard, but RavenEye has only died 3 times, Nop 4. They've been keeping themselves alive and in turn keeping these attacks going.
The first shield generator goes down on the MC-75. Splinter will get the first half done, but the second one, uncontested finally. Damage being done here as we see Fenkar fly in and do what he does best, but getting harassed from the outside as well. He's got to back off. He can't immediately just sit there and pound that shield generator, and the shields will stay partially up for the time being. The Raider on that side won't be able to maximize its damage because of those shields, but the shields will pop now. Can they finish off this shield generator before having to back off on this run? More kills coming through for Team Devastator. Going to push that morale bar back, and as they take down the Raider as well, it's looking like they might have to settle for just 1 shield generator on this push.
That right shield generator just below half, but the shots coming in. Scalp gonna go down. Fenkar's on the respawn.
Nice.
There goes the second one. Jareen gonna finish it off. But if that's all they get out of it, Maeve, I don't know if that's enough of an attack, because now Devastator going to swap sides. They've got an opportunity now. However, it's a pretty much full stack here as they weren't able to get shield generators either. I don't know. I think Devastator, they're in a position to win this game. They unfortunately, I think they kind of slipped up a little bit earlier on, but they've kept themselves in it, and they didn't let Splinter Squadron start to roll, especially when, you know, as I said, that some of their offensives didn't quite look promising, and Splinter had been punishing those all day today. So far, the defenses from Devastator has been good, but this attack has to be better.
Yeah, they're going to try and take out these shield generators, and they kind of, oh no, banging off the wall. They'll get that eliminated for free, and already Splinter heavily pushing this bar back the other way. Right now, just taking out the Corvette would win it for them and send everybody back on the defense. And they've kept one shield generator down, the other one looking low, but the exposed power system on the other end. Both shield generators do fall, but this is looking bad. It was really an uphill battle for Devastator on that drive. They had to take out both shield generators and power system. They basically needed to win the game on that drive, because now an exposed MC-75 with a 70% power system that's going to open this thing up, and here comes the Raider to do as much damage as it possibly can. Fights in the midfield here are going to be so important. Can Devastator keep Splinter out of their back line?
And Nop gets away with his life there. We saw Jester was looking for the pickoff. RavenEye can't say the same. This is going to be the power system targeted down now. If that falls, and it will, this is going to be super difficult for Devastator Squadron to try to hold on. We've got Brunus here, Wave, and I think this might just do it. These defenders are going to be so hard to kill as nothing remains on this MC-75.
No. It's gone. They need it. So this is how effective Splinter Squadron is. They move in with purpose. This is the efficiency that Silent Echo was talking about. The way that they know exactly where they're going. They're not, okay, cool, we won this side. What should we do now? They already know where they're going. 60,000 damage. That's like the highest we've seen in a single game. 60,000 damage from Rando wasn't enough to win it here for Devastator Squadron as Scalp and the boys walk away with it. Brunus and Fenkar, the bomber and the objective player, going to be putting up 90-something between the two of them. And they will walk away with that victory.
It's not fair. I think you should take they're not allowed to use bombs anymore, or rockets. No auxiliaries for them at all.
I'm sure
Only
Devastator would be
lasers.
happy with that victory. We told them they couldn't use bombs, and then we bested them. Yes, yeah, but it does almost feel like you need that level of a handicap at this point, because genuinely, like this is if Devastator can hang their hat on anything, this is the most we've seen Splinter. Oh my gosh, it's been a long day, and I've only casted one match. Splinter Squadron pressed. They made it. They had to finish this one off in the 4th phase. Or maybe it was even the 5th phase. Like, well, they had to go through a number of phases here, and a completely neutral mid phase, or a completely neutral first phase there. This was a good job from Devastator, but still, as we finish map number 1 and look towards map 2, Devastator is going to have to find something different for Yavin Prime.
Yavin Prime, well, and side swap as well. And we saw Devastator prefer Empire. Again, the triple defender meta, or strat, I should say, from them. On both, I believe they played Sisubo and Yavin last time. I don't quite remember. I know that they played at least one of those two, and they used that triple defender there. So we'll see if it works out for them. Obviously, the defenders have been the focal point of today, and we'll see if the skilled pilots. But again, I just want to mention this one more time. I still think Devastator probably wins that map. If they're like, they had 2 attacks that they just didn't do anything. They would funnel in, or they would get sucked into these 1v1s trying to take down important targets, and I get that. But if you lose those fights, then all of a sudden the offensive goes away. They had map control, but they didn't use it. And I think Splinter Squadron, all credit in the world. You can't take anything away from them for what they've done today. I think they got a little bit lucky in some of those defenses to be able to turn it around. And call me names in chat if you want, but I just think that still Devastator has a chance here, especially on Yavin.
They've earned the right to play in this grand finals. They're playing for $500 here. It's a $200 difference between first and second place. Both these teams in the money at this point. But who's taking home that lion's share? Obviously, they both want to take home that first place prize. And for Devastator, I agree. It's not like they don't have the tools in their kit to build the house they want to live in, but the defining moment of that series for me was, I think, the first push in. It was in like phase 3. We saw the second frigate go down for a Devastator. Splinter immediately in a line, if you saw it on the attack map, in a line, navigated straight to the shield generator. Just pop, 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 pop. Just 4 shots, just straight in. Like, they didn't mind if the front guys died. They were taking out that shield generator. That was all that mattered. Even if they lost the phase, it meant they would go back, they would respawn, and they'd be up a shield generator. And ultimately, getting those shield generators down in that phase, they got them both down in one phase, was what won them that game.
Well, again, if you want to talk about building houses, I think Devastator needs to make sure that the foundation is set here, and that was the biggest thing. Again, that I think you can't build, if we want to continue on with this house reference, you can't build a house without a solid foundation, and I think they lost sight of that in their pursuit of trying to win that game. And I don't think they're going to make that mistake twice. And again, now with them being on the Empire side, I think a side that they prefer to play on over the Republic, and again on a map like Yavin that they've certainly had a lot of experience on, I'm crossing my fingers because I don't want to be done quite yet. I'd love to see this go to 3 games.
I would love to see it go to 3 games just because it hasn't happened yet, and I really want to see some docks action. But or foster yards. Well, I don't know. I don't know. This opening phase is going to be really defining for me. What can anybody? If Devastator can get anything done in phase 1, I'm a believer at this point. But we have yet to see Devastator get anything other than half shields down on a cruiser at any point in this match. And at this point, just keeping Splinter from being productive in phase 1 is not going to be enough. You have to be productive in phase 1 if you want to be able to beat Splinter at this point.
Absolutely. I love that Brunus was literally flexing on all of us right there in the pre-game show. He's earned the right, man, with how much damage it seems like every game Brunus is able to do. I'm telling you, this combination of Brunus and Fenkar, especially in these defenders on attack, is kind of disgusting with how much damage that they have done to everything. It just doesn't seem like anything lives long enough to be useful. And I like the point that you brought up, that it doesn't really feel like they are, you know, like as a team, they're all very objective based. Nobody really cares who it is that's going in to find those really important targets, as long as space is made for somebody to take it out. And, you know, obviously Fenkar and Brunus have done a great job of taking advantage of that.
Well, chat, if you want a game 3, drop an I believe in chat. Give Devastator your energy because they're going to need it. Splinter looks indomitable at this point, and we're playing on the most neutral of maps. You've got nowhere to hide here. Sure, Cloud Schmouds at this point. They'll find you anywhere, and here comes the long-range fight. Who wins the opening dogfight? We'll see how this goes. So far, that Y-Wing play from our boy Fenkar has been just absolutely unstoppable and has won them first phase on Rebellion over and over again.
Double bombers to start out, and Raven Eye goes down immediately, not in that support ship. So it's going to be a 4v5, though Nop is very low as well. However, you see Fenkar kind of splitting off, finding some AI targets to just try to push that bar. He does take a lot of damage. This is pretty back and forth. Good play from Devastator Squadron right now. Dazu, I believe he picked up that kill on Fenkar. Might trade his life for it, though. But with these other defenders in the mix, I'm sure Jester and Swift have gotten the call-outs. They're going to be trying to patrol here. This is a really important start to this game.
The double bomber play might be the thing that earns Devastator the win on the AI farm here for the opening round. So far, we haven't seen the Y-Wing play actually make a difference, and they're really one farm away here from being on offense for round number 1. What a way to set the tone. Starting to get pushed back a bit. Brunus going to try and do work. Just keep this bar alive, but not finding much of anything. He's going to fall back again, leaving them exposed, and there it goes. All right, we'll see Devastator start on offense for round 1.
Goodness, that felt like it took a little bit longer than it should have, but they win the early game dogfight, and now it's up to them to try to put together a good offensive here. Random going to stay in that TIE bomber. I'm not sure. Oh, I was going to say, can we switch over to him? But I can look at what his thing is over here. I want to know if he's using the beam or not. I know that some players choose to use it. It can be quite effective. It's just outside of doing any kind of hull damage or capital ship damage, it's just really not a useful auxiliary. So interested to see what his lineup is. Is he just sitting in the... Okay, he's finally out now. That was kind of weird. Like, he couldn't decide what he wanted to do. But anyway, the assault continues, but for how much longer, that's the question.
Well, so far the Raider has remained uncontested, and it's halfway through shields on B, and the A frigate is at about 2/3 shields. This is as productive as we've seen Devastator be on phase 1, but we see them backing off a bit, maybe trying to look to go resupply, not even falling back all the way to resupply here. And just at this point, one more kill, there it goes. They'll come on to attack now. Here comes Splinter. Same level of production as usual for phase number 1. All right, I'm concerned about how that went. But we will be momentarily coming back to talk to us, and we'll let you guys know what happens, or we'll give you guys updates as to why we are moving away from the match as soon as we have them there. But it looks like there's a player. There's been a integrity compromising problem has arisen for one of the players. So sportsmanship, we will stop play. We will continue in a moment, see how that goes. But I mean, this first phase, I said it before the match started. I wanted to see Devastator be more productive in phase 1. They won the opening dogfight, got first phase 1 offense, and still weren't quite able to do more than just get through shield.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. I don't know what the situation is, but yeah, you're right. I mean, would like to see them get a little bit more on that offensive side, but on a map like Yavin, again, with how open it is, it can be very difficult to keep yourself alive on the offensive side, and we see that between top teams when games are evenly matched and the pilots are able to shoot at you, as well as these pilots are. It's not a surprise typically to see Yavin kind of get dragged out because it's so freaking hard to live when you can't hide behind literally anything.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we are obviously going to figure out or try to understand what happened in the match that made us need to stop as soon as possible. And we'll give you that information as soon as we have it, chat. Obviously, we want to get back into these grand finals as well. It's been shaping up to be quite a match, and while we've obviously been sounding Splinter biased over here, it's because of how productive we've seen them be so far and the results we saw in game number 1. That's not to take anything away from just how good Devastator has been up until this point. They have yet to drop a map until they got to the grand finals, and they made Splinter sweat harder than any other team we've seen today. So I definitely agree with you. The tools are here for them, and honestly, this reset could possibly benefit them. Obviously, this isn't the way they want to do it. I'm not in any way accusing them of doing this on purpose. But there's those moments of like, cool, we got to do a trial run. Let's rewind. Let's do it again. Maybe they'll be more productive if and when we do it again. We'll see how things go. But we'll be getting back into the game here in just a moment. It sounds like, and obviously we'll give you details as soon as we have any. So yeah, this has been a good finals.
It has been, and we are back in. I guess a bit of false alarm there. Hope everybody's okay. I know that, it can be hard with everything being online, and what have you. But yeah, a bit of a false alarm, and so I think this map is a go. Wave. I think we're gonna continue to play on here, and I got to get my bearings back now, as it looks like Devastator Squadron still on the attack. They've got shields going on both frigates, half hull right now, as Swift is doing a lot of damage to this Nebulon B frigate. Will it be enough to take it down? The morale meter is quickly swinging in favor of Splinter. He might be able to do it. He's keeping himself alive. Really doesn't have anybody contesting him. But yeah, I mean, pretty good start so far, as it doesn't appear that Splinter has taken out any of the cruisers so far yet.
And obviously, we say false alarm, but to a certain extent, there's always a degree to which alarms are there to be respected, whether there's something there or not. So I'm glad those players did whatever they needed to do to make sure that they were safe and taking care of whatever that issue happened to be. Continuing on with the match here, and we do have this does actually, I've kind of stopped paying attention to the game because I assumed it wasn't. And so I don't even know what phase we're in exactly right at this point. At this point, it's just from the state we're currently in, both teams with a bit of ammunition in their pockets. We have one frigate down for Splinter, no frigates down for Devastator. So we'll see what happened here. It does look like play continued on stream or on in the server. We just missed it here on stream. So I think we're all okay here.
Sure.
So yeah, well, everything will be good. We'll see here. This is an early advantage for Splinter, or for Devastator, excuse me.
Yeah, early advantage, but right now the attack is for Splinter.
Oh, they've split up on both these cruisers, and with no shields. All of the defending fighters were concentrated on the Corvette. The D frigate is actually super low, and it goes down. C now going to be the target. Can they disengage from the dogfights to get power on it? There's at least one uncontested fighter on C. It's trying to put the damage in. It's dropping slowly, but not enough to be too much of a worry. And the biggest problem here, I'd say, for Devastator is that morale bar. They do finally get some kills and kind of swing it back to the middle a bit. Still, close battles.
Well, this cruiser just a couple of laser shots away from going down. There it is, and that, with both of those cruisers being taken out, we'll see if they can get some damage on the shield generators. That obviously is their typical go-to target. If they can get a shield generator or two right here, I am not liking Devastator's chances, though the morale bar is pretty heavily in favor of Devastator. They need to get back on the offensive side for sure.
Yeah, just when we thought that there was really a chance for Devastator, they had come forward in the match. They have the frigate advantage, and now we see everybody from this falling back. They're falling back to defend their frigate. And Splinter might honestly concede a bit of an advantage here with this passive play, but we've heard Scalp talk about how this is a style he likes to play, and they will concede on AI farm and now try to immediately close on the Raider, see if they can finish it off before it gets onto their half-health frigate.
Watching Scalp right now, has Swift in his sights. Those Ion Blasts do kind of pose a threat to these defenders, but the defenders, again, so maneuverable. They're able to really outmaneuver the A-Wings. However, one false move, and it is lights out for you there. So, yeah, this frigate does look like it is under some pressure. The MC-75 exposed. Good attack, and they still have a lot of that morale on their side right now, due Devastator. So if they can get, you know, a power system, or of course those shield generators like we've been talking about all day long today, I like their chances. This has been a great attack so far.
The Raider's still alive as well. Finally going to be dropping here, and we'll see if that swings momentum enough. Morale, rather. The rest of the Empire trickling in here into a well-defended MC-75. They're going to try and sneak under and see if they can get at the shields. One of the players out on a flank by himself. We'll see the defense adjust and look in all directions. They'll try to catch him right as he pushes in onto the shield generators. No damage just yet. They haven't snuck underneath the shields, but they are going to get them to drop soon and then be able to take shots from far away. And now the damage going on. Both shield generators getting beat up pretty heavily here, and there's the right down. Left shield generator going to be the next in target, and you see them flying over the top, just looking to immediately do work on the other side. But now they're going to have to fall back and defend as the Rebellion will take the lead.
Ooh.
They get the wins there, and now look to move out behind their Corvette.
Yeah, that shield got destroyed in the meantime, though.
Yes.
Which is good for Devastator Squadron, especially if they can get back on the offensive side. However, with this attack, we got to make sure we keep an eye on Fenkar and Brunis. This is kind of where they shine. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, okay. So Raven Eye actually opts to not play the support on this defensive, and I'm not surprised to see him switch off. Rando is probably going to go down in this bomber. Raven Eye actually might fall as well. I was hoping that Raven Eye could support these defenders a little bit more, maybe be a little bit more tanky. Ends up living for a decent amount of time, but I don't know if that was enough. He needed to do a little bit more to give Jester, Dazu, and Swift some more space.
The rocket doing tons of damage to the left shield generator. Left shield generator super low. Right shield generator falling rapidly. Both shield generators so close to out. There's left down. And can they take care of right as well? There it goes. 2 shield generators wiped out, and now onto the power systems. The thing is, though, their power system is exposed on the other side. Losing this push could be the end of the game for Splinter, and see them drop their first map. They're onto the power system. It is getting damaged, but still, they've got to keep away. They've got to keep their Corvette alive, too, here. The Corvette staying up is going to continue to do damage now that the shields are completely out, and the half health or so for the Star Destroyer going to start to be a concern. I need to see Devastator getting these wins in the 1v1 department. The power system continues to get lit up and taken out. This is the efficiency and the workmanship of Team Splinter. Splinter Squadron here, trying to finish it off all in a single phase.
This, the morale is going to swap here in a second as that Corvette does fall. They need a couple more frags with the Star Destroyer really on its last life. It will survive for now, though they do need to make sure they clean up so these spots
so
underneath
close.
Don't get shot.
The ships are so close. The resupply station is so nearby. It's possible to finish this one out of phase, and that might be the answer. How far forward do they push?
Well, but here's the big thing, Wave. The MC-75 has no shield, and already it's taking a ton of damage.
It is. The power, their power system is still up, but with I don't know the MC-75 defending the MC-75, or do you go for the low health Star Destroyer? Right now, they're choosing to stay back and defend, it looks like, for the most part.
There's the power.
Power system will go down. They've got to finish
falls,
off this.
though.
They got to finish off the Raider quickly. They can't afford the damage.
They might do it. They might actually do this. Swift, we're on board with him now. He's trying to find those spots. They might actually pull this one back. Devastator, all in one go, and this was the key. There's the opening that he needs. Can he stay alive? They did it!
Hey, wow. Look at that, and we get a Game 3 in the finals. We'll go to the final one. How about it? Team Devastator, the first team to take a game off of Splinter on broadcast, and they'll be happy with that one. That's some momentum going into Game 3.
Wow. And I mean, Scalp Walko with 11 kills. I think he nearly outfragged the entire lobby there. Swift with only 4. That's crazy. The combo of Swift, Dazu, and Jester combining for 7 kills. Not even as many as Scalp alone, but they get the job done. And that's the biggest, obviously, you know, the most important part. They win the map and they keep themselves alive for this Game 3 grand final.
Yeah, no, that was why I was sitting there speculating. I'm like, I feel like the only way for Splinter to keep their perfect score, their perfect game streak, their undefeated on stream broadcast or record, is to go for it out of phase. I think that was the only chance they had. Go for the base race in theory, you know? Your ships are so close to each other. It's not like it's really going to be making that much of a difference here. I mean, you have to go up against the full power lasers, but you know that Fenkar can put that damage in. Instead, they choose to hang back and play defense, and Devastator says, hey, we know how to work this situation. They get the damage done. They send us to Game 3.
And I am so looking forward to this as we take a look at, finally, Foster Haven. We've seen teams pick it today. We haven't seen it on stream yet. And we get a map 3. So it doesn't come down to Yavin. It doesn't come down to Sisubo. It comes down to Foster Haven. Splinter Squadron going to be on the Empire side. And so far it's been a trade of Empire wins. So we'll see if that affects anything, or if the New Republic Devastator Squadron can win it all here.
Yeah, oh, and honestly, like, there's something beautiful about the final map being Foster Haven, being that is the map that everybody experienced the Star Wars Squadrons on for the very first moment you play the game. You load in the very first like tutorial campaign mission you play is on Foster Haven, and that's what we're going to conclude our tournament here with as well. This wonderful bookend to many people's Star Wars Squadrons journey here. I can't wait to see how this one goes, especially because of how differently this map is laid out from all the other maps. You have your frigates and cruisers stacked in kind of an indoor, like patioed area over on the side instead of this symmetrical one on one side, one on the other side. It will change up the way that these bombers work, and like there's the spot in between both of them where you can get shot by both of them super easily. I don't know. This is going to be wild to see how these teams approach this very different map.
And that's why I think you know, you and I are just as excited as the players are to go into this one. Finally, a little bit of a change, but again, with how close this series has been, map number 1, and of course the end of that game, map number 2, really it feels like it's anybody's game. I know we kind of had that little bit of a jarring kind of mix up there in kind of in between in the middle of game 2, but it didn't seem like Devastator let that affect them. And if they're playing this well now, finally it's Splinter Squadron who's got to sweat a little bit here. They lose a game, and now they are finally the team that's going to be facing elimination from a tournament. They haven't had to deal with that yet today.
Yeah, I feel like there's a decent amount of them feeling like, look, that game had a weird little hiccup in the middle of it that threw us off our mojo. We get some time here to reset. Let's go into this next game and do what we do best, what we've been doing all day. I don't think they'll be too emotionally or mentally broken up by that game, but they still do have to close out a tournament. Closing out tournaments is difficult. Let's take a look at what they have done so far today. They have gone undefeated up until this final match. As we look at our bracket, we had only 2 O's up until the finals. These teams so dominant in their own roles, but now finally we get a 1-1 up there in the finals. The winner of this next game is the winner of the Operation Ace Open here for winter, powered by Facebook Gaming. I can't wait to see how this one resolves here. Also, I just realized on my sweater, I didn't realize this till looking at it in the camera, but the top row here is these are mouses. Like it's a mouse arrow from your screen.
Oh.
I didn't notice that. Like it's a gaming themed sweater, but I've worn it like all winter and didn't notice that those are all little Windows 98 mice.
That's a space station branded shirt too, right?
It is, yeah. This is the space station one.
It's perfect for this, Wave. We need space station gaming in Star Wars esports, man. That's all. I mean, literally, think of all of the amazing content you can get out of literally every space station in this game.
Look, I don't know of any other esport where you literally fly around a space station when you play it. But if there was ever an obvious synergy, it's this one, for sure, absolutely. They are the most Star Wars esports organization, so it made sense to wear their wonderful Christmas sweater for it as we get into it here. But yes, for the finals, I want to get your prediction on who you think is going to take this one down. Is Splinter going to close out a great day, or is Devastator? Actually, I think it's really important to say that both teams only lost a game in this finals. They have been undefeated in the bracket up until the finals here. Devastator's first loss was game number 1. As we go into game 3, give me your predictions, and don't forget, you're going to be one of the people, you are going to help make the prediction for MVP at the end for the Medal of Valor, I think it is what it was called. Therefore, a support for an award for one of those players. So be sure to think about your votes. See a lot of support here for Splinter, especially because they are playing on Empire. There's a really big argument to be made that they do have the stronger side here, but on a different map here.
We are playing on a different map, but yeah, man, I'm a little bit nervous for Devastator. If they don't win this initial engagement, it's going to be an uphill battle for them, and Splinter Squadron have proven that they can play with the lead. Not to say that Devastator haven't pulled out some of their own crazy bag of tricks like the end of that last game, but you know, especially because it seems like both of these teams favor Empire's side. It's not going to be Empire for Devastator this time around. I want to see them take an early lead, and that's of course easier said than done. But if they can kind of remix that first minute of the last game and show us that again, I think they put themselves in a good spot.
Yeah, if Devastator can start off strong again here, they did win phase 1. They did win the duel, or the death match, at the beginning of the beginning of the game, rather. I'm getting a lot of terms mixed up here. They earned offense phase 1 in game 2. They can do that again here in game 3. They genuinely have a chance of taking all of this down. I worry about them playing on defense from the beginning. I'm not going to say that it's over if they lose the opening round, but especially with playing into the defender bolstered Empire side right now, this is going to be this is a bit of an uphill battle. But man, what a victory it would be if they pull it off.
I would love it. Honestly, I'm going to be happy for either team. I think both teams have grinded this out today. They've been working so hard in the lead up to this tournament as well. And this is the payoff. We are underway with Game 3 of the finals, decisive Game 3. Splinter Squadron in the Empire ships, starting things out with 2 of those interceptors. No defenders on the field yet, but for Devastator Squadron, it's a triple interceptor, 1 bomber combo, 2 bomber combo, I should say. Raven Eye again going to start in that bomber. So, hey, it looks like they're taking some cues from last game, Lave. We'll see if it pays off this time.
We'll see which bomber can do the work. I do like Devastator continuing to bring their double bombers right off the bat. They'll probably have Raven swap back to support once he's either eliminated or they no longer need it, but it's not working out for them nearly as well this time around, as they find themselves on their back heels very quickly and immediately losing the opening fight and having to play some defense. They're going to have to play this first phase very quickly.
It was both of the bombers that go down. Both of the big boys unable to get anything done. Fenkar looks to be swapping out here. Going to switch over to that fighter. So double fighter, double interceptor, of course not going to stick on that support ship, as this first attack looks like it should be a pretty decent setup from what they've got going on so far, but you know, time will certainly tell. Devastator doing a great job of finding some AI frags to get themselves in the positive morale, at least for a moment.
Absolutely. You can see here those two frigates stacked on top of each other, a different formation than we've seen before, and I think it gives them, if I'm not mistaken, the ability to support each other quite a bit more, making it a little bit more dense to push into these ships. But they're going to be trying to get this work done at this point. Shields down on the first frigate, the other one down to 1/3. As the Raider makes its way onto it, does it concentrate on the A target? It's actually funny because the tactical map is a little bit more difficult to follow on this map because the ships are literally on top of each other. So hard to tell which one the Raider's actually working on, but A's health bar is dropping steadily while B's shields just kind of hold at the same spot. So it looks like A is the primary target. That is frigate D from the other side.
They should just morph the frigates, just have them combine.
And it's just one
like Power Rangers, you know?
Play double capital ship mode.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much what it is. Those lasers from the from both frigates are not something to mess with.
Oh man, a bit of a wipe here on the rebel side. And with all of the Empire pilots up, there's going to be some pretty harsh damage coming through.
Still haven't taken down a frigate though. I'm quite surprised with 3 of the players down, as you mentioned. Jester's still on the respawn. I mean, this D frigate is pretty low. I think they are going to take it down. Well, as I say that, I mean the morale switches quite quickly.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're struggling to close it out here. I think it's just getting a little bit too harassed, or maybe not focusing up as much, which has been the greatest strength of Splinter Squadron, is their focus. And they will actually successfully get thwarted off without getting the A frigate down. So a not fruitless, but a scoreless streak. Oh, let's look like actually maybe just at the very end of phase, a long-range torpedo will connect, and they will get at least 1 frigate for phase 1.
Yeah, they do eventually take down that frigate. We saw Nop on the screen there not too long ago, and that's the kind of pressure that we expect to see these support players under. Had to get away, but on board now with Dazu as he's trying to keep his team quite high on the morale side. Has Nop in his sights here again, but I don't think he wants to stick around. I'm sure there will be some interceptors coming to help. And with these cruisers being so close together, as we mentioned a little bit earlier too, you know, it's easier to play defense because it's kind of you're defending 1 point instead of 2, right? But at the same time, it's a little bit easier to play offense because, you know, you have so much more to shoot at, right? Like if you get deflected off of one ship, you can potentially turn and start firing on the other one, and it can do a lot to, or it can go a long way. But again, it's not something to mess with. If you get stuck in against both of those cruisers or frigates, the lasers and especially the rockets and stuff do a lot more damage than I think players are aware of sometimes.
The rockets in particular, torpedo play I think is very underrated. We concentrate a lot on lasers, but there was so much effort put into developing the torpedo meta at the very beginning of this game, and the fundamentals of it still ring pretty true. The play is a little bit easier to defend because people understand how to shoot torpedoes out of the air, but still the fundamentals are there, and they'll take down the Corvette, but here comes the rest of the pressure from the A-Wings. A-Wings going to be mostly reliant on their lasers to do objective damage, because the rest of their loadout is anti-aircraft. But there will be both of the light cruisers will stand as we flip sides back. The first phase for Devastator's not going to yield an objective win. And now we will see a pressure come through, though a solid spawn brings the entire squadron of Devastators in at the same time. Can they push off the Empire here as the Raider slowly crawls its way towards Frigate B?
This is a big defense from Devastator. They cannot afford to drop this
it's dropping so
frigate.
fast. Oh my goodness, it's gone.
It does go down, but you know, even though it does fall, well, yeah, I mean the morale is so in favor of Splinter right now that there's a good look at that defender of Fenkar, Brunus in one as well. And this is where that pressure really starts to mount. If they take down these shield generators, especially considering there have been no cruiser kills on the other side, I mean, we might as well just hand the championship over to Splinter Squadron right now.
It's scary, and they're pretty grouped up here, so they're going for that right shield generator. They're pushing in from the side. No, they're going to swap to the other side of the ship. Try to put the pressure on. The right shield generator does take a significant amount of damage as they looped over the top of it, and now coming back down on the other side. And clear out a few ships first. Interceptor's going to keep working on the anti-aircraft, not crash into the shields just yet, but right shield generator does go down. Left shield generator's next on the menu as they wrap around the side, get in close, and then start to pop it down. It's down to 74 HP. They have to bail quickly, but man, the efficiency of this team, taking out one frigate, then another, then a shield generator while their entire front line still stands, and they can resupply at those stations as well. Not enough to fall all the way back. Having that frontline frigates lineup so strong as they take down the left shield generator, and this game has been blown wide open. If you're Devastators, you have to take out 2 frigates and 2 shield, and basically you have to even win the game in one phase.
You have to win the game.
You have to win the game in one phase. Here you go.
Yep.
Phase of your lifetime. I want to see it.
Yeah, if they want to be the Operation Ace Open champions here, it's going to have to be 2 cruisers and a Star Destroyer added to the kill totals in this specific offensive. And we'll see what they can do. I mean, it can be tough because Splinter Squadron can kind of go back and regroup with one another, farm up some AI to get those morale points, and you know that Devastator Squadron's not going to want to take their foot off the gas if they're on the attack. So, I mean, those AI kills are really going to help out Splinter. You can already see nobody's fallen here yet for Devastator, but we're pretty much back to even. It's even going in favor of Splinter. They've almost already flipped this around, and if they do that, this is game over. Somebody has to come up big here for Devastator.
They have to stay strong. It sucks to be in a just don't miss forehead situation, but that's kind of what they find themselves in. They are keeping the morale decently on their side as they got through the weaker of the 2 frigates. If they get through this second one, they genuinely have a chance, but through both shield generators as well, such a tough task. Their backs against the wall. They've made the first step on the long climb, though, and they're making effort on the second step. The key thing here, they're keeping that morale glued to the Empire side, not allowing them to crawl back into this, constantly getting fragged. Brunus and Not both down. Scalp also down. Fenkar and Journey, the only players left, and they're attacking Fenkar right now, constantly keeping the pressure on as they get through the second one. Now on to the Star Destroyer. They've got to get onto those shield generators. They've got to go the length of the ship because it is the Empire. They have to cross the entire field of turrets to get to those generators, but they're doing it, and they're still keeping the morale on their side.
And this is an all-out attack. Raven Eye switches over to that fighter. They are trying to end the game right here. It's exactly what we thought they needed to do. Can they do it? That's the big question. 2 players go down, though, and now the morale is really starting to level off here. Jester does find a frag of his own, I believe, on Brunus. So now going to start to focus fire down these shield generators. There goes the left.
One. They got them
There
both.
goes the other.
And the morale's still in the middle. They're doing it. Onto the power system. Can they get underneath? Gotta get all ships under. Go down below, but oh no, they're starting to swing back the other way. 2 frags onto them. 3 now, and all down. Fall back, prepare to defend. They came so close. They've given themselves the room, but this has to be the defense of their life.
Oh, he killed the power. He killed the power system. Did Swift
out of phase? Maybe, I don't know. It's so healthy though. They didn't actually get any extra damage on it. That's gonna be such a difficult battle. Base race genuinely might be the only way, though. They have the power system advantage here.
Yeah, they need to farm these AI. They need to do exactly what they're doing right now. Kill the AIs. As soon as this attack comes in, it's all hands on deck. Knocking out these defenders first, I'd imagine, and then the interceptors. But Scalp and Jareen are gonna be so hard to take down. This morale not moving at all. Rando gonna get shut down as well.
They were on the power system for free. Now weak points all over the MC75. The health bar will drop rapidly, already below half health. As they continue to pour it on, they made them sweat. They brought it so close, but 3 players down for the Rebels, and it'll be Splinter Squadron all over the MC75, continuing with the Defender reign of terror, and they've kept the morale on their side as well. Can they find these last weak points as the health bar continues to drop? You see that one weak spot on this side of the ship. Can anybody find it? It doesn't matter. It's all over. They dropped 1 game on the road. Splinter Squadron, your Operation Ace champions.
Well played, well deserved from the Splinter Squadron, but huge shout out to that last minute comeback attempt from Devastator Squadron. You cannot take anything away from them. They played like it was everything on the line, and they just fell a bit short. Again, it's Fenkar and Brunis who lead the way in that cap ship damage, not to mention the AI kills. But,
There's something beautiful about looking at Devastator's scoreboard and seeing everybody, except for the support, above 20k damage there. Everybody understands when we get on offense, our job is to be hitting this ship. And maybe that lack of focus is part of what gave Splinter Cell the edge to be able to take it over. But man, huge applause, huge shout outs to Devastator Squadron and the way they brought that back. We said there's no way they get 2 frigates, 2 shield generators, and a power system in one go, and they did it. They actually did it. They outflew the crap out of Splinter Cell during that phase. It was just that last one. I call him Splinter Cell again. It's never gonna stop. They gotta change the name. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I gotta change my brain. I don't know. That was incredible though. What a day of action. Congratulations to Splinter. We take a look at the bracket, show you guys how they got here. My goodness, this was a day, Hunted.
It was. This was an awesome day, and I hope that there are many more awesome days to come, because this game is so incredibly fun to watch. But as you said, here's the bracket. Splinter Squadron, only game they lost today was to Devastator, and I mean, I guess you could say the same thing. Devastator, only games they lost today was Splinter, but unfortunately, it's just going to be too much. And you know, I know that we're a couple of screens away from it, and you've got your cool little transitions that you're going to do, Wave, all that cool stuff. But I'm really struggling with who I want this Medal of Valor to go to, man. So many good players today. So many.
Yeah, I mean, part of me wants to give it over to Rando. Maybe. I mean, just that last effort was so valiant, but you can't give the medal. You can't give the Valor Medal of Honor, is it what's called, Medal of Valor. Sorry, I keep getting mixed up with other things. My brain has got just a lot of words mixed up there. You can't give it to the losing team in this situation. I think you have to give it to one of the winning players. And the player's name that stood out to me from beginning to end in this competition was Fenkar. From his dances with the defenders in round 1, all the way to just being consistent and putting up massive numbers there at the end. My vote would go to Fenkar, but chat, do be getting your votes in as well. You guys get to be a part of this and deciding who gets that final Valorous medal. Splinter Squadron, though, they dropped 1 game today. Scalp claims to be the greatest pilot on Twitch, and he backed it up today, Hun.
Yeah, that is true. I think there was a notable absence of one Avenger 1 from this tournament, to be quite honest with you. So, you know, I would love to get all of these pilots to fly against one another, and that's why this tournament was so important today. Operation Ace, you know, I know that we've got a whole lot of people to thank here in just a little while, but, you know, just from the bottom of my heart personally, you know, huge thank you to literally everybody who's been involved, especially Boomstick, all of the hard work and the pain and the effort and everything that went into this. Yeah. Fantastic job, man.
some of you people watching might not know who Boomstick TV is, but the moment this game was announced, literally, I think like half an hour after this game was announced, the Star Wars, the SW Operation Ace Twitter handle went live and has been like a passionate hub of Operation Ace and Star Wars Squadrons content. Boomstick is the streamer, the personality behind all of that.
I still remember like 3 months before the game launched, Boomstick just he sends out this tweet. He's like, "Hey, anybody want to cast a Squadrons tournament in a couple of months?"
Oh, like yes. And the funny thing is the amount of times I've seen people do that sort of thing and be like, "Oh, I could easily commit to this." And be like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll cast that," because it's not going to happen, you know. But it actually did. Twice now. Is we followed through 2 times now. Like, this has been such a fun event. And chat, also big shout outs to you guys for hanging out. A few of you have been here since the very beginning of the show. It's been a wonderful time, and like getting to see you guys enjoying the show and like talk about strats and stuff too as we're talking about it has been a really cool part of this. Seeing the streamers participating as well, and Facebook as well for showing up and providing the prize pool and giving these players something to play for. We appreciate them so much for supporting these grassroots level operations. So don't forget to follow them over at SW Operation Ace. Constant updates coming out from that Twitter handle about how this show's going to run. Let's take a look, I believe, at the final prizing and at the bounty stuff. So that's the fun part here. Who's getting what at the end of this? Not bounties yet. We're still figuring that number out. But here is the prizing. Don't forget, first place, Splinter taking home $500. Devastation, they tried so hard. The Devastators came out swinging, nearly got it there in the end, but they'll have to settle for second with $300. And we're still waiting to find out who gets the bounties and who gets the Medal of Valor. That'll be a lot of fun to see. We had some interesting races there when we checked in with the bounties hunted right before the beginning of this. So I'm interested to see how those changed.
Yeah, I would imagine, it's going to be really close because, Swift, I think Swift was leading in kills there before we went in, but Scalp had a couple of really good games. So I don't know. Yeah, the bounties I'm really interested in. I know that we've got a couple of mathematicians behind the scenes running the numbers right now, collecting everything.
I've been on enough shows where we tried to like rush into a stats thing and then found out we got it wrong. So like if you're sitting there like, come on, why aren't they showing it? Like, no, trust me, it's very much worth our time to make sure we don't say somebody got it when somebody did get it, because that's not gonna be fun for anybody. Sucks to get the wrong thing shown there. But yeah, man, this has been this was as good as I was hoping this tournament would be. There's so much stuff that I feel like we learned coming out of this tournament. Like really, it's a process of learning how to play the game. It's a process of learning how to cast the game, but it's also a process of learning how to watch the game, right? What do you pay attention to as this event goes on, and kind of like learning from an observer perspective, learning the feel of the phases and the flow of the battle as it flows back and forth. That was probably the biggest thing I took away from this tournament. I'm interested to get your thoughts too, Hunter. But before we do that, bounties, let's show you guys who got what money. Who got what stat? That's the best part of it. The Baron, at the end of the day, was Scalp. He actually managed to jump up from 5th place and take it at 9.1. You got to be so deadly to change your stats that dramatically. Swift and Jester both tried so hard to intercept their players there for Devastator, but they were going to be narrowly beaten out. Also, props to Skull Geo there on Team Skull, tying Swift there. And that one, moving on to the next of our $25 bounties, the Survivalist. Brandon from Shrapnel did not get beat. His total deaths of 1. It's pretty hard to bring stats like that back down once they're up, so congratulations to Shrapnel for holding on to that. He can secure himself $25 there. The Wingman, he was good, and he improved his stat here to 12.4, as he will take our Wingman of the day from the winning squad. And then last but not least, our Wrecker, who got the most damage. Starslinger did not get beat. Fenkar tried to give him a run for his money, but 58,000. That's a lot of damage. That's
a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, man.
I mean, let's be fair to Fenkar, though. How many games did he play today? He played, 3 rounds?
Yeah.
And he played 7 games. And across all 7 games, he averaged 50K. That's insane.
Yeah, and it's the more games you play, your average is always going to slightly go down there. So it's definitely one of those, like, it's one of the things that's actually kind of fun about these bounties is like, if you go out early, go out in style, go out in flames,
right.
and you'll be able to get
Right.
yourself a little bit of a purse there. So a little bit of something for the players who weren't able to make the full bracket to play for. Man, wonderful stuff from them. And now we just wait for the Medal of Valor. This is the final award, $100 to the most valuable player, the most valuable pilot, we'll say. And I believe I've been told.
Before we get into this, hold on.
Sure.
Oh no,
Okay.
they put it on the screen.
Oh
Put it on the screen.
no!
That's
He
okay.
can't
That's
wait!
okay.
It's Fenkar! Well, congratulations, Fenkar, with I think an overwhelming vote there from casters and from chat alike.
Look.
We'll take that one down.
I just want to say this. If we had a runner-up Medal of Valor, like $50, I'd have to say it would go to Nop for me. Just
Of course.
again, the support play, dude, was so good today, and you don't get to see it on the stream too much because he's not doing the flashy stuff like Fenkar and Scalp and whatever, but just the assault that Nop took in that final series, keeping himself alive, had 12 assists a game. That's insanity. And man, I really, I don't know. Well played to Fenkar, super deserved it, but gotta give honorable mention to Nop there.
Yeah, no, it's always difficult to to recognize the supports. As someone who has played support in most games he plays, I fully understand and very much appreciate you giving Nop the call out there. Because I'm not gonna lie, I can't think of a moment I was like, "What's Nop doing? Why is he making this mistake?" Like there was not a single moment of memorable error from that player in what was a nearly perfect run from Team Splinter. What a performance there. The guy he finished third in overall score. He finished first in AI kills and first in capital ship damage overall. Obviously, I think this is as far as like cumulative damage goes. So Fenkar, 100%, a pillar on the Splinter Squadron. It's been a day though, Hunted. Man, we've had a lot of fun. Any final thoughts or takeaways?
No, I'm gonna say what I'm sure you're about to say. It's big thank you to everybody behind the scenes. You know, again, this has been a huge work in progress. I know that Boom again has put in a whole lot of time and effort, and I'm so glad to have been here to help everybody along the way realize this goal. And crossing my fingers for more Operation Ace because this was a blast.
Me too. This has been so much fun, and I do hope we get to do more of this in the future. Chat, thank you guys so much for being here across the course of today, and huge shout outs and thank yous to Facebook Gaming for sponsoring this event and making this possible. We couldn't do it without the support of the people believing in the community level tournaments like this. I've had a great time. I'm WavePunk. You can find me at WavePunkRL. This is Jeff Lowe. You can find him at HuntedCast on Twitter. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys next time on Operation Ace.